Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Atrophy of Soul and welcome to my Resident Evil 4 Remake, no damage, professional difficulty, S+ rank walkthrough. Yes, it is finally here. The day has finally arrived when I got around to uploading this video. I know a lot of you guys found my channel due to my OG Resident Evil 4 no damage video, and you guys have been asking me for a few years now to produce this one, and I finally got around to doing it. It was a harrowing experience due to the fact that I had a lot of issues with recording and rendering, not because of the game itself. The game itself is not actually that bad to do a no damage walkthrough with, but when you're running into a lot of issues with recording, it can be quite frustrating to say the least. This was the third of these runs that I had recorded at this point, and I was praying to God that this recording in particular did not get corrupted like the last two did. It was horrible. It was very horrible. In either case, enough of my problems, no one really gives a shit. So in order to get an S+ rank on Resident Evil 4 Remake, you must beat the game in under 5.5 hours, and you can only save up to 15 times. So I'm going to show you guys a bunch of good strategies to use, as well as a bunch of good places to save. Also, this first enemy, this Crimson Head style Ganado, in order to dodge him, all you need to do is just aim at the wall for a split second and then run directly to the right. When you first see him, aim at the wall, and then just run to the right, and you will dodge him every single time. It's not very difficult to do. It looks a lot more impressive than it actually is. I don't really understand why that works, but I will take whatever I can get from this game, because in the vast majority of instances, the enemies will take priority over you when it comes to actions, attacks, and abilities. Whenever the game gives you a little bit of leeway, you want to take it. I will say that I'm not the biggest fan of this game. I'm not going to harp on this game too much, but I will say it is an inferior experience to the original. However, if you are a new age gamer, if you're a new school gamer who has a difficult time playing around with older video games due to their quote-unquote unorthodox control schemes, you are definitely going to enjoy this game, especially if you're into more big-budget AAA games of modernity, such as The Last of Us or the Dad of Soy games. If you enjoy those games, you'll enjoy this one. Not that I don't enjoy this game, but just not as good as the original. Either way, what we're doing here is just taking down a few of these Ganados. You can actually run by all these guys if you want to, but I just wanted to show you guys how to fight them. I'm also going to show you guys a very quick way to deal with the village section, but first I'm going to show you a normal way to deal with it. So we're just going to take down the rest of these enemies. However, if you wanted to just run through this section, that's also a very viable strategy. You can also run into the shack on the left side, collect all the items by hugging the walls while dodging the enemy that's in there, because every time he swings at you while you're hugging the walls and running around him, he pretty much always misses you. So you can do that, run straight to the door that leads to the village, and just be done with this section completely. Definitely the easiest way to do that, but when I started this walkthrough, I was under the impression that I would be killing all of the enemies, but as time progressed, as my frustrations increased due to the fact that this was the third time I was doing this, I decided against it overall. I was also going to do all of the merchant requests as well, but once again, as I got further into the game, I just wanted to complete this walkthrough, so I think around the castle is when I stopped doing all the merchant requests. I still do some of them, but at that point I kind of give up on doing all of them. I was also running out of time at that point too. When we come to this village section, first thing you want to do is shoot at the enemy I was just shooting at. We want to jump in here, whip out our grenade, go into this room right here, toss a nade. So right here what I'm doing is pause buffering. If you pause buffer, it actually does more damage to the enemies for whatever reason, especially if you are playing the game in a lower frame rate. I'm actually playing this on the Series X, and it usually runs at around 60 FPS. The grenades do more damage if you do the pause buffering. So I tried that twice on this mission, and I never did it again because I thought it looked kind of tacky. I didn't think it looked very stylish. Anyway, we want to run into this building and pick up the shotgun. Then we are going to whip out our grenade and see if there's enough enemies gathered below us. Unfortunately, there is not, so I'm going to have to use a backup strategy. I'm going to show you guys the strategy that I wanted to use in a little bit. But for now, we're just going to run around and kill as many normal Ganados as we can. We're going to use our surroundings to our advantage. Make sure to watch the enemies that are around you. This one in particular I'm watching out for because I knew she was going to do that running plunge attack. That attack is very difficult to counter. So if you see them doing that, more often than not you are going to want to use the shotgun unless you are very confident in your abilities to counter. I would not heavily rely on the counter, especially on professional difficulty. Mostly due to the fact that this game does drop your button inputs every so often, so it's not 100% reliable, unfortunately. That can happen, and there's a variety of other BS that can happen to you while you're trying to counter things, so I wouldn't rely solely on it, but if it's your last resort, then definitely try to pull one out. So we're just going to run around here, trying to take down all the normal Garradors. Once again, as I said before, the vast majority of time, their actions and abilities are going to take priority over yours. So once again, I was just pause buffering to do more damage on those guys. So if they're jumping through a window as you're trying to jump through one, it'll more likely than not push you back. You don't really get iframes either when you're jumping through windows or doing ancillary animations. Right here, I was trying to stun this chick, and I didn't really give a damn whether or not I was going to be damaged, so I'm playing pretty wildly here. Because I still haven't saved, I still haven't really done anything, so figured, you know what, may as well go ham here, because my normal strategy already kind of failed, the one that I wanted to show you guys. Right now, I'm just running around looking for normal Garradors. And right here, my aim was so bad. I was like, bro, what is going on with you? So I just shot this dude. My pistol aim was horrendous right there. I ended up with, I think, around like 85% accuracy. I thought my accuracy was going to be like 60 after that. So right here, what I'm showing you guys is how this section should ideally go if you do the strategy properly. So once again, you want to shoot this guy. Then you want to jump into this building, break this box. This is a static drop of a hand grenade. Then you want to go back here, toss the grenade. We're going to wait back here to get all the enemies gathered into this building. So right here, I am using the DLC weapons. But if you're not using the DLC weapons, you do want to take down at least one of these enemies here, either with the pistol, or if you have the DLC weapons, you can use the shotgun. But if the enemies get too close to you, you can also use a flash grenade if you like. Then we are going to run straight into this building here and do the same thing that we did earlier. Except this time around, the enemies are going to be gathered all around the bottom of the ladder. So we're going to pick this up. I'm going to pick up this grenade. We're going to whip out our grenade, whip out our shotgun. Wait here for a moment. Then we're going to jump out this window. Now we're going to whip out the grenade. And as you can see, there are a lot of enemies gathered below here. So we're just going to toss a grenade at them. And that will be the end of this section. So that is the easiest way to deal with this section. Unfortunately, I did not get to show that to you with my previous footage, but I figured, you know what, I'll just do it again to make sure that you guys know what the strategy is supposed to look like if you do it properly. But anyway, after you complete the village section, you're going to want to run around and loot all of the buildings. Try to pick up any ammo, try to pick up any kind of health items. Additionally, you want to pick up any treasures that you find as well. Of course, the treasure or the health items are particularly valuable to us because if we get the fully mixed green, I was going to say blue, the green, yellow, and red herbs, we can sell that to the merchant for quite a high price, as he says. I think each of those is worth around 10,000. It is definitely very wise to try to pick up as many health items as you can get. But I do think, I'm pretty sure there's only a limited number of yellow herbs throughout each playthrough. I'm not really sure where all of them are, but I'm going to try to pick up as many of them as I can. So after you're done looting that area, you're going to want to save the game. If you're not doing no damage, I would not suggest saving the game here. But if you are doing no damage and you're still experimenting, definitely save right after the village section. My saves are going to be a little strange for some people, but I think they're decently optimal. I could have made them a little easier for people, but these are the saves that I feel most comfortable using when I'm playing through this game and doing no damage. So now let's turn around and shoot down this treasure. Make sure it doesn't fall into the water in the well, because if it does, it will be worth way less at the merchant. And right there, I think I was attacked by a chicken or something. That is another thing that you need to watch out for, because when you're running through here, the farm animals can attack you. Even in that previous village section, if you're running around, the chickens can run into you or jump at you, and they will stun you, and that can lead to you getting damaged by the Garradors. One of many random factors that can really screw up your runs when you're playing through this game. Something that I'm not a fan of. I am not a very big fan of it whatsoever. I think it would be cool if the chickens could attack the Garradors as well, but considering that they're owned by the Garradors, it doesn't really make sense, I suppose. So here is our first yellow herb. As I said before, we're going to be using those quite often to make the fully mixed herbs so that we can sell them to the merchant for a high price. Also, if you've noticed, I've been destroying the blue medallions in this area because if we do that, we will complete a merchant request. And doing that will allow us to get spinels that we can use to trade for certain items that we can get. Particularly, there's one item that we want to get, which is the black attaché case, which allows for a higher possibility of large resources to drop, and we are going to be using those large resources pretty often to craft flash grenades. Additionally, I think, yeah, we use those to craft rifle ammo as well. The rifle is going to be one of our primary weapons as we go throughout this game. So we are sticking with the first rifle that we get in the game because it is the most powerful, it is the most useful, and it is, most importantly, the most stylish. So be sure to get used to its handling because it is going to come in clutch in various situations as we progress through this game. So now that we got the cog in this area, one of the enforcer Garradors is going to show up. I call the guys with the hammers enforcers, so you guys know what the hell I'm talking about. Now as we're going through here, we're just going to pick up anything that we did not get earlier, and we are going to run back here to place the cog, and then we are going to pull the lever so that we can open the gate that is ahead of us. Alright, there we go. As the enforcer Garrador is getting closer to you, don't get too startled by it, because we are going to be using this trap here to take him out. We want to shoot him like 2 or 3 times here. Then he'll hit that. Then we're going to run up to him, stab him in the neck, and he should be dead at this point. Good stuff. So now there's a few more Garradors that we need to take down. After that guy spawns, I think 4 more spawn, so we're just waiting for them to show up on this door so that we can take them out. As I said before, at this point in the game, I thought I was going to be taking down all the enemies, but as I said before, I decided against it pretty early here. For the vast majority of this walkthrough, I will be taking down most enemies though, despite the fact that I will be running past a lot of them soon. Right here, if you don't want to, well, if you need a backup plan, if these guys are getting a little too close to you, you can run up the ladder that we came down a little earlier. And you can get these guys to slowly climb up as you shoot them down as well. This is a pretty decent area to take these guys down in. Also, one of these chickens I remembered dropped an egg, so decided to run back and get that. And now we are moving on to the next area. So you can do that area that way, or you can do it where you just run away from the enforcer Garrador. You can use that trap to stun him, and if you stun him there, you will have enough time to run back here and push that wagon. But now that we're running through here, we want to stick to the right side because there's a female Garrador with a pitchfork. And if you move over to the left, she'll do that running plunge attack, which is very difficult to dodge or counter, as I told you guys about earlier. But if you stick to the right side, she'll always do that weird swing at you. And she pretty much always whiffs it if you run around her in the same way that I did. Definitely recommend that if you're not going to take down these enemies. So as you can see, at this point, I decided, yeah, I'm not going to take everybody down, but I'll take down whoever I want to take down. So if you run after this hag Garrador here, she will always run into the bear trap, and you can just kick her in the back, and that's an insta-kill. There's also a guy with TNT in here, so we want to aim directly at it, blow his ass up. So we're going to run in here, take this guy down, and once again, we are going to use this little shack as a safe area as all the enemies funnel in through the window. And we'll just take them down one by one as they come in. This is another area that's very easy to just straight up run through. You could have just ran around all these guys, ran to the building with the padlock, destroyed the padlock, and just went into the building, and that would have been the end of this sequence. But I felt like killing stuff. So I think there's like 5 of these guys that might show up here. 4 or 5. Yeah, I think there is a 5th one that will show up here. I think there's one more that I'm waiting for right here. And after this guy's taken out, there will be 2 more Garradors who have TNT that we want to take out. Also, be wary of the bear traps that are around the grounds of this area. Thankfully, the bear traps don't actually damage you in this game, but had I actually run into any of those, I would have restarted it because I think that looks pretty clumsy if you're running into bear traps. You're doing a no damage walkthrough. Either way, we are going to take down this hag ganado here. He has the TNT, so just aim for the TNT, take it out. And as I said before, watch out for any of the bear traps that are around. And there is one more ganado here who has a TNT in his hand. We're just going to shoot him. I think that's pretty bullshit. I think I hit that pretty much all 3 times, but whatever. The game says whatever it says, so I'm just going to roll with the punches. But now that we've taken him out, that is all the ganados in this area. Right here, I was thinking about whether or not I should collect all the items here because I'm going to be coming back here later on in the game when I get the boat, but we can pick up everything that we missed coming back here with the boat, so figured, you know what, I'll just do that later. So as we're running in here, you can shoot this trap here. And something that I do want to mention while you're playing through this game, if you want a higher chance to get ammunition for a particular weapon that you are relying on, then put the rest of the weapons that you don't want ammo for into storage as you're running around collecting items, and you'll have a higher likelihood of picking up ammo for the gun that is in your inventory. Definitely a good trick to use here and there, especially when you're just running around collecting items. So we are almost done with chapter 1. Not too bad of a chapter. It's mostly chill besides the village section. Everything before and after the village section is decently easy, but village section can be quite hectic. But either way, let us move on to chapter 2. So at the beginning of this mission, we don't have any of our weapons. They were all taken from us, unfortunately. But we will soon gain access to a kitchen knife that we can use to take down some of the ganados that are in our way up ahead. We are going to stealth kill 2 of them. And we are going to alert one of them so that he can run into a bear trap. Firstly, let's take this guy out. And here we go. The next guy that we want to alert is over here. I'm going to run to the right side and wait for him to try to swing at you. He'll get stuck in the bear trap and you can just kick him. Now, there's 3 rats in this area that you need to take out in order to complete a merchant request. If you do that, you will be able to gain access to some spinels, which I think we talked about in the previous chapter. And we can use those to trade for great items. Also, make sure to open those furnaces, because there are treasures or there will be some ammo inside of them. Alright, here is the last guy we need to take down. And there we are. So now we're just going to turn around. There's one more rat right here. And now we need to use this valve in order to go into the room that houses all of our items. Now we will meet up with the merchant for the first time. One of the greatest characters in all of Resident Evil, the merchant. What we want to do here is purchase the sniper rifle. You especially want to purchase the sniper rifle during this mission because you will get the scope for free if you do so. The merchant will toss it in as a bonus, which is a great thing. You will also want to upgrade the power of the sniper rifle twice. And I believe I upgrade the reload speed once, and then I upgrade the pistol's power once or twice. Obviously, you also want to sell any treasures that you have, place any of the gems that you have into the treasures, but obviously, don't sell the treasures if you don't have enough gems to place inside of them. So here we go. Just upgrading the power a little bit here, and then I believe I do reload speed. Again, we are going to be focusing on upgrading the rifle, because if we do so, we are going to be able to take down enemies very, very easily. We'll be able to get the exclusive ticket for the rifle, which adds an additional 1.5 times damage to it on top of all the power that it will already have after it's been upgraded all the way. And it becomes incredibly powerful when you do that. It's going to be especially useful during late game. So now we are coming up on TNT Alley over here. First thing you want to do is take out this hag ganado. Then you want to shoot the explosive barrel over here. Once you do that, all the ganados will start shambling toward the explosion. So we're just going to wait around a little bit for them to gather around, because there is one enemy who's holding TNT. And if we have them all gathered together like this, we can kill them all with one shot. And here it is. Aim for the TNT, and there goes all the enemies. It's a very, very easy way to deal with that. There's a treasure over here. I believe that is a DLC exclusive treasure though, so if you don't have the bonus DLC, I don't know what kind of DLC it was. I got the collector's edition of this game, so just have a bunch of bonus stuff that I don't use for this particular playthrough. Actually has a shotgun, which I showed off earlier when I showed you the alternate way of doing the village, and there is another pistol that holds a lot of ammunition. A hell of a lot of ammunition. I think it starts out being able to hold like 19 bullets inside of it, which is crazy. Decided not to use that because most people who are watching this may or may not have the DLC, so I figured I'd just go with all the based items. Or the base items, which are based, I suppose. So now we got the hexagonal emblem, and the next thing that we need to do is get the hell out of this area. So we want to focus on the guy who's tossing TNT, but before we do that, there is a guy who's coming up behind us. So we're going to take him down first. And now we are going to aim at the guy with the TNT. Try to shoot the TNT in his hands so he blows up. And once that happens, we're going to jump down here. We're going to pick up that treasure that we shot down a little earlier. Usually when you're running through here, there will be a few ganados trying to come at you. And hopefully for you, they will be near this barrel. If they are, then you can just shoot it, blow them up, and continue on your way. Now that we're running up here, this guy usually runs at me, but this time he did not. After you shoot him, you want to shoot the explosive barrel back here, because one of those two guys that were just blown up usually has TNT, so you want to watch out for that. Then we're going to toss a bomb behind us as we turn the valve here to escape this area. So now we're going to jump down. Thankfully I have iframes, so I didn't have to worry about that. As you go down here, a hag ganado will spawn inside of this building. So we're going to jump in here, pick up the yellow herb as well as the first aid spray. We're going to break the lock, and we are going to escape. And that is this area. That is the easiest way that I found to do this area. It's a pretty consistent strategy. If you want the easiest way, but the most time-consuming, you would wait inside of that little shack that female ganado spawned out of and use the window to funnel all the enemies inside of, because since the door is locked, the enemies won't be able to show up behind you, so they'll all be funneling through the window. Only thing you really have to watch out when doing that is that the enemies will be tossing TNT, so if they get a little too close with you, or if they get a little too close to the window with the TNT, you're going to have to take them down very quickly. So as we came back here, we used the little key that we picked up earlier in order to get the golden mask, and I believe I did upgrade my pistol's power once more. So we have 3 enemies to deal with back here. Nothing too difficult. Usually when I use the strategy that I just showed you guys in that TNT alley area, one of these guys tends to transform into one of those Crimson Head style ganados, but this time around they did not, which was kind of surprising to me. Might have been because I delimbed that one character, I'm not sure. Don't really know why that was, but can't really complain. Chapter 2 is not too difficult of a chapter. The hardest part we already just passed, but with the way that I do my saves in this game, I just saved before we went into that TNT alley. I think I forgot to mention that. So we've saved twice already, so we won't be saving again until right before the lake boss. So we're doing this entire mission and pretty much the entirety of the next mission, all in one go. Which is, it's a pretty fun run to go through, honestly. So as we go back here, there will be some treasures that we want to pick up. There's one inside of the trees up here. You can find it. There it is. So we want to shoot that. And we will also want to shoot the one that's right above the well here. But of course, close the top of the well before you shoot it. Because if you shoot it into the water, it will become less valuable to the merchant. And he will not give us much money for selling it, unfortunately. So now as we go back here, there's going to be a chainsaw ganado. What we want to do as we run past him is duck under the trap. And we want to get him to run into it. Once he does that, stand right behind the bear trap here so that we can make him get caught inside of it. Once he runs back here, 2 more ganados are going to spawn as well. So we want to shoot him once with the shotgun to stab him in the neck. And these 2, you want to try to take them down with the shotgun. They don't get taken down with your first 2 shots, just run away. Because we want to run down here and get behind another bear trap to catch the chainsaw ganado inside of. And as he's caught, shoot him again, stab him in the neck, and that should be it for him. And all we have to do is take out the stragglers, and that is that little section. Once again, you can just run by all these enemies and just run into the house. But figured I'd show you guys how to take down most of the enemies at the very least. At the very least, toward the end of the game, we're gonna be using some hectic strategies, particularly in the chapter that we have to do the minecart section in. Man, do I hate that chapter. I think that's my most hated. That chapter and the chapter before it, I detest those 2 chapters. Mostly because the chapter before that one is when you're first introduced to the Novistadors. And those enemies are so glitchy and so annoying in this game. They really piss me the fuck off. And then the next mission has the minecart section, which I'm not a very big fan of because they force you to use the red 9, and the red 9's accuracy in this game is straight up AIDS. So it's not the most fun time, but once you get it down, you can it's pretty consistent. Anyway, as we're running through here, we need to place the proper images onto the lock in order to unlock it. I think it was the wheat, the baby, and the pig, or the wheat, the pig, and the baby. I think it was something like that. So after you do that, this ganado will show up, so we're just going to bait him around. Well, we just baited him around the table, and we just ran upstairs. No reason to kill that guy, because once you leave here, he will be despawned. There was also an enemy inside of the bathroom down there. I think that's supposed to be the same enemy, but I'm not really sure. So we're going to pull this lever here. We will be using this later. We'll have to come back with Ashley. This is for a side mission. As I said before, we'll be doing most of the side missions, but that is the end of Chapter 2. Not a very difficult chapter, by and large. Besides the TNT alley area. That area can be a little hectic if you don't know what you're doing, but if you follow my strat, it will be pretty consistent for you. So you'll be able to get through it relatively easily, hopefully. Now we've got a long way to go before we make it to the lake boss. Before we move ahead, we want to save the doggo back here. The reason that I shot the bear trap is because if you do that, he will not show up during the El Gigante boss battle. The boss battle goes by a lot easier if the dog does not show up. When the dog shows up, I think that he regains a bit of his health as well, so it's not really worth it, despite the fact that I love the dog, but it's pointless to have him during that boss battle. So if you want to avoid the dogs that show up in this next area, you snipe this guy in the head. I did a terrible job there. But it was kind of good that I did miss because I can show you guys a very fun way to take down these dogs that is very easy. Of course, you can just run by this area. As soon as you see the explosion, just run into the house on the right side. But if you actually want to take down the enemies, we can use this little, I guess you could call it exploit. It's not really a glitch, it's more of an exploit, I suppose. So, for whatever reason, the dogs cannot run past this area. There's an invisible wall for them here. So as they're trying to run at you, they will just continuously run into the invisible wall, and you can just stand here and just kill them all. Very, very easy. Very easy way to take these guys down, if you actually want to take them down. If you don't want to take them down, you can just run into the house that's across the way on the left. We got a double headshot on the doggos there. Very satisfying. So now we're going to move ahead, break this lock, and we want to undo the trap over here. And there will be a hag ganado in front of us. We can stab her in the neck. And there will be one more ganado that will come at us from out here. So we're going to whip out our shotgun, just blast him. Usually he dies with one shot, but this time around he just decided not to. And there is another ganado back to the left side of this church area here, but we don't actually have to take her down. We could just leave. There's also a snake inside that box, so be careful with that. The snakes, once again, don't actually damage you in this version of the game. The snakes don't, the bear traps don't, the animals don't, the farm animals don't, besides the bulls. The bulls can actually run into you and damage you, which is very annoying. There's a few treasures to pick up in this area as well, but I'm running out of room. So I guess I'm gonna make something. Yeah, rifle ammo, that was a good idea. As we move forward, we are going to go back to the merchant, sell a few things, and we also want to pick up the recipe for flash grenades. It is very important to pick that up because it is going to be one of the most useful recipes that we have in the entire game. Flash grenades are incredibly helpful. Now that we have 3 blue gems, we're gonna place them into this mask here. And we don't have enough for this one, but hey, whatever. Do what you gotta do, bro. So we're gonna sell the treasures that we have with all the gems inside of them. And of course, if you pick up any ammo for things like the TMP, you can sell all that as well. We won't be using the TMP throughout this walkthrough. The TMP can be pretty good though, and you can honestly use it as a replacement for your pistol if you'd like, but I kind of prefer using the blacktail, which we will be getting later. Now that we're done with the upgrades, we've got a little more to deal with. We also have the fishing village, which can be a little bit of a difficult section if you don't know what you're doing. But honestly, I would say the section that's a little more hectic than that one is the one that's coming up through here. So as we're running toward this church back here, we can stealth kill this guy. And there are 2 insignias on the gravestones over here that you want to break. If you do that, it will complete a merchant request. And there's also a bird's nest up in a tree up here. And now we're going to move forward. There was also an enemy behind us, but we don't actually have to kill that guy. No need to waste any resources on him. I also opened the drawer that was inside of that room with the little key, myself a gem. And now we are going to be taking down all the ganados back here. We're just handing out headshots like they're candy. I was actually surprised that guy's body was still falling down there. I guess the best advice that I can give you guys with regards to using the sniper rifle in this game is to wait for the enemies to move into your targeting reticle as opposed to trying to move your reticle into the enemy's head. At the center of your reticle, you just want to generally place it at center mass of the enemy and then wait for them to kind of move into your shot. It's the best way that I've found to actually shoot with the sniper rifle in this game. Started getting decently good at it, despite the fact that I miss every so often, but still, decently good with it, as I said. Not bad, not bad. Not the best, but not bad. There's also a snake in here we can kill. So now there are some more enemies upstairs. Once we run up there, more of the ganados are going to spawn as well. There's one who will start tossing Molotovs at us, so we want to run him forward a little bit, then snipe him in the head. Then 2 more ganados should be behind us. Should be 2 hag ganados. One will be holding a Molotov, and I think the other one is just holding like an axe or something. Or was it a knife? Can't remember. Also have to watch out because, like, thinking that the enemy is dead because they're immolated is not a good idea. It doesn't work like OG RE4. If the enemies look like they burned to death, they can still possibly be alive in this game. Make sure that the enemies are dead. Don't just assume that they're gone when they burn. The Ganados are far more resistant to damage in this version of RE4. It can be quite annoying, I'm not going to lie, but something that you get used to after a while. So once you run back here, 3 more Ganados are going to spawn. So we can use the explosive barrel here to take these 2 out, and then we're just going to wait around here for the 3rd one to jump down, and we're just going to shoot him in the head with the shotgun. Or shoot him in the body, I can't remember if I... Yep, headshot. There we go. As I said, we're handing him out like candy. So now that this little area is done, which I think is the hardest area in this particular chapter, it's not really that bad. But if you don't know what you're doing, and if you don't know when the enemies are spawning, it can be a little annoying, but honestly, the fishing village is the hardest part, as far as dealing with the normal enemies. But overall, the hardest part is the boss. The boss is just annoying. I hate this version of this boss. I fucking detest it. I think it's way worse than the OG RE4 version of the boss. Way worse. It's not even close. So we're going to toss a flash grenade back here. Once we do that, all of the crows will die, and we can run directly into this dog here, stab him to death, and then we can shoot the other one. You can shoot him with your rifle, shoot him with your pistol, whatever you want to use. And down he goes. So now we're just going to pick up all the treasures around here. There's also an emblem up above as well as a treasure, so we're going to shoot those down as well. Pick up any items that we left behind here. And now we are going to run around here and down into this area where the merchant is. I think... No, we can't actually sell that yet. So I think I'm just selling a few of the ancillary items that I have and just repairing my knife. And we also increased the rate of fire on the shotgun, which was a very good idea, honestly. Good job, prior version of me. Good job. So now we are making our way to the fishing village. This section can be very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, but it's not too bad. So the first thing we want to do is run into this corner, wait for the enforcer to show up, stab him in the back. This will be an insta-kill for him. Now we are going to run around this side here. As we're running back here, we want to sneak up behind the hag ganado that is behind this corner, stab her. And now we are going to run back to where we were before, where the enforcer ganado showed up, because there should be a hag ganado that spawned back there once again. She didn't really spawn, she just walked back here, so we're going to stab her. And now there's one more ganado that we really want to deal with before we alert everyone, which is this one up here, the archer. We definitely want to take him down because we don't need him shooting at us as we're running around here, so just get a headshot on him. Now all the enemies should be alerted, so let's take them all out. I think around 3 or 4 ganados should show up right now. Waiting for them to reach me. Alright, here they come. Just looking around, making sure nothing comes at me. I heard the snake too. I was hoping that the snake wouldn't attack me as I was standing here. I kept hearing a hiss, which was very annoying. Thought that guy was actually transforming into one of the Crimson Head Ganados, but didn't seem like it. So we're just going to make a bit more rifle ammo here. The rifle is going to be very useful for the rest of the area. And there is that snake that I kept hearing hissing. I was afraid of getting damaged by, even though it's not real damage, but I still count it as damage. So we got 2 of 5 of the emblems, or the medallions rather. So as we run back here, there's going to be a ganado here. I want to take him out. After you take him out, there will be 2 more ganados that are showing up behind us. And here they come. They will come out of this corner back here. So you can take them out with the sniper rifle or whatever weapon that you so choose. After we've done this, there will be a few more ganados who have spawned behind us, but we're not really going to think about them at the moment because we want to run back here, deactivate this trap. We're going to jump down here. There is a ganado who is standing near the explosive barrel up ahead. Oh, no, wait. I forgot. I already took that guy out. Yeah. That only shows up if I just run through this area instead of killing everything. I forgot about that. My bad. Alright, here we go. Look at now, they're coming at us once again. So we want to save the explosive barrel here. If I remember correctly, I think I saved the explosive barrel here to attract a bunch of the Garradors who spawn a little later. We're going to use the ladder over here as cover because one of these Garradors, I'm pretty sure, has a crossbow. Might be the hag one. We're going to wait for them to get close to the trap, blow it up, kill those two. And now we are going to take these guys down. You can either wait for them to climb up the ladder, or you can try to snipe them from back here if you like. Whatever you want to do. Horrible shot. Horrible shot. I should have just used a shotgun. I don't know why I did that. But it's whatever. Suppose I'm trying to redeem myself now. Not much of a redemption, but close enough, I suppose. So we're just going to wait for him to show up once again. Still not much of a redemption. Not good enough, bro. Not good enough. As we move forward through here, there should be some more Garradors who just spawn back there. So we're shooting the barrel, waiting for them to get close to us. Up ahead, there is a trip mine that we need to undo. Alright, here is the Garrados with the crossbow. Definitely want to take her out as quickly as possible because she is the biggest threat. Don't want to be dodging crossbow fire as we're going through here. Oof. Terrible, terribly done. Alright, alright. Redemption. A bit of redemption right there. See if I do it again. Ugh, terrible. There you go, there you go. I'm still learning. I'm still learning at this point, man. That's my excuse, that's my cope. Don't judge me. Let's see if he can do it this time. Let's see. Come on, one shot. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Took a little longer than you should have, but there you go. Good enough, I suppose. So up here, there's a trip mine that we can deactivate. You could have also used that to kill a bunch of the Garrados if you lured them back here, but I didn't really see the benefit of doing that. But it's your prerogative. So there was the third medallion that we just shot down. Make sure to gather all the treasures from around here. There's also the pipe treasure that was hanging inside of the tree. Something else that you should be doing as you're running around here is picking up as many snakes as possible because the snakes sell for a decent price at the merchant. If you're running out of room, just send one of your weapons to storage, because we don't really need any of our weapons at the moment. That was once again one of those DLC treasures. I won't be using any of those. You can use those to you can use them in the little gumball machine thingy. And they will give you little charms that you can use to increase some of your abilities. There's one charm that's particularly great, which increases your running speed. But unfortunately, we can't use that one. Honestly, that should have been the default running speed in this game. If that was the default running speed, I would have far less issues. Far less problems with a lot of things that happen in this game. Because I'd just be able to dodge everything so easily, you know? You're so goddamn slow in these remakes. I just don't understand why it feels like you're running in molasses. But in any case, we just saved the game for the third time. And now we are making our way to the lake boss, which is, oh man, he's not the most fun boss. He's a very annoying boss. There is a trick to taking him out quicker, which I did not know about until relatively recently. Oh, also we can shoot the final medallion that's over here. And now we can trade that in for another bunch of spinels from the merchant. We're also going to be pouring the gasoline into the boat so that we can get across this lake. So now let's jump into the boats, and here we go. What you want to do here, and this is something that I did not know about, but apparently, if you aim at the boss, let go as soon as Leon stands up, and then press the button again as soon as Leon sits down, you do faster throws. And if you hit him with 20 of these harpoons during this first phase, you will take him down during the first phase. I had no idea about this. So I believe I do take him down in 2 phases though. But by and large, this is just a very boring boss. It's very tedious. And it's not very fun compared to the original one. I thought the original one was just far cooler. I like the area in the original one too. It feels a lot more desolate and oppressive. And also the debris that's inside of the water in the original game is far larger too, which is a way cooler boss in the original. I also don't care for his design in this one either, but again, I'm not going to harp on this game too much. As I said before, you guys know I prefer the original game by a wide margin. But in either case, as I said before, this is still a pretty fun game, you know. You'll have a good time with it. As long as you're not a challenge player like I am. If you're a challenge player like I am, you might grow to hate this game. I still haven't gotten to that point, but I can understand why a bunch of the challenge players absolutely detest this fucking game. The random factor in this game is a motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie. There's only so much that you can do with your skill. It's like, skill will take you 70% of the way through this game, but that last 30%, bro. That last 30%. You gotta get ready for some bullshit. Alright, so he will be taken out in a little bit. We just need to hit him with a few more harpoons. Actually, I think one more. No, 2 more? Yeah, 1 more. There we go. And that is the end of the lake boss. Not a very fun boss, but hey, it is what it is. Who gives a shit? We're moving on to chapter 4. That was chapter 3. Pretty fun chapter besides that last boss there. Fuck that boss. So now we are moving on to chapter 4, which is actually a pretty chill chapter, all things considered. Besides the El Gigante boss battle at the very end, but it's a very easy chapter. There's nothing too difficult to deal with here. But there is a lot of busy work. You can spend a lot of time on this chapter because we now have free access to the entirety of the lake that we fought that boss on. And there are a few secrets that we can find there, including a new weapon, which we will be selling to the merchant. First and foremost, we are going through here, and this will be the introduction of the Plagas. Plaga enemies. So during that cutscene, if you mash the X button or the A button, whatever is your equivalent on your controller or keyboard, you can just skip past that cutscene and run by all the enemies right there. Very, very easy to do. There will be a lot of fast forwarding on this chapter because, as I said before, it's a lot of busy work. First thing that we're going to want to do here is take down a few of these basses because we can sell them to the merchant. And as I said in the prior chapters, we're trying to get as much money as possible so that we can increase the rifle's stats all the way up so that we can finally get the ticket and have the 1.5 times damage on there. We also got the new scope for the rifle as well, and we're selling the old scope. You can trade a couple of spinels for the high-powered scope on the rifle, and we just threw that on. So now we're going to be heading out here to the first section with enemies. This section is pretty easy to deal with, so first thing you want to do is stealth your way through here, wait for this guy to show up, then run directly at him and hit him with a stealth attack. This will work every single time if you do it that way. You'll have enough time to run up to him right there. And of course, as you just saw, you want to shoot the guy with the TNT because we don't want him lobbing TNT at us either. And now we're just going to chill back here, wait for a few more enemies to show up and take them down. Should be maybe 2 or 3 more. And of course, some of these guys will have plagas in their heads, so be ready for those. The plagas are very susceptible to flash grenades. If you throw one of those, it will instantly kill them. So keep that in mind as you're going through the game. If multiples of these things show up while you're fighting, then it's more likely than not going to be a good idea to just use a flash grenade and take them all down at once. That is if you're in close quarters. If you're decently far away from them, well, you may want to shoot them with the sniper rifle or do something else. By and large, it's up to your discretion. So here we go. Another one of the plagas came out, so we're just sniping that. Thankfully, that guy has terrible aim. It hit the ceiling. We're gonna shoot the Molotov if we can. There we go. And once again, as I said before, these enemies are very strong against fire damage for whatever reason. In OG RE4, whenever they were hit with fire, they just instantly started screaming and they got into their damaged animation, so it was very easy to deal with them. But in this game, they just walk through fire like it's nothing. It's very weird. Enemies are way more spongy in this game. So we're going to unlock this door, and now we're going to turn around and snipe these two enemies here. Firstly, we want to snipe this guy. He may or may not have a plaga on his head. And then we're going to snipe the guy back there with the TNT. So this guy did have a plaga. Sometimes he won't, sometimes he will. It's always different. So, taking down that plaga. Now we're going to run forward through here. And there will be an enemy on the right side. So we're going to shoot down this lantern here to burn him. And now two more enemies will spawn behind us. One of them will be holding a Molotov, so try to shoot it. Don't do a terrible job like I did. When you first go into the fire, it will not damage you. It only damages you after you've stood in it for a few moments. So don't be too worried about that. So once again, we're just taking these guys down. I don't know what the hell I was doing here. This was a very suboptimal way to take these guys out. I don't know what the hell I was doing through here, but whatever. Guess I got the job done. Once again, I'm very confused about a lot of the gameplay footage because I'm confusing it with my other playthroughs that I did of this game. Either way, this guy should be done for. So now we can run back here. There's a treasure up here that we can shoot down. And there is an herb, a yellow herb back here that we definitely want to get, as I said before. Always want to make sure to get those yellow herbs because they will be sold for a very high price. I do believe that there is another treasure up here. I think this is one of the DLC treasures though. So if you don't have the DLC, you will not see this in your game. But if you do have it, then you will see it. Yeah, whenever you see these golden treasures, it's one of those DLC treasures. So now we're going to run up here. There's a little puzzle that we have to do. But it's essentially an upside down triangle. So there you go. That's how I envision it. That's how I picture it. Just an upside down triangle there. And we got one of the heads that we need. The apostate's head. So as we're running back here, some enemies will spawn. One will spawn at the stairs, or the ladder. There will be another one spawning behind you that will have a Molotov. So, since he's doing that, we're just going to jump down here, and we're just going to bait the enemies toward this area. Keep them behind the gate as we take them out. Then we'll pick up their items, and we will pick up some other items that we left behind. We can also attempt to get this guy to burn himself to death, too. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Alright, so here we go. And he should be done for. There we go. Thankfully, he did not have a plaga, if I remember correctly. Yep. So, now that we've gotten all that stuff, we've taken all those guys down. There are some items that we left back here when we first snuck in here and stabbed the one dude. So, this one is a static drop of a flash grenade. I'm almost certain that's a static drop. Back here, there's some more treasures that we can pick up. And now we can get the hell out of this area and move on to the next place. Actually, there's a few places that we want to go to after this. There's a few treasures that we got to get. So let's make our way back. This section very much reminds me of Resident Evil 5. There's a section in RE5 when you're in the marshlands, I believe. And you're just roaming around. There's a bunch of treasures around. The map is actually very similar to the way this one is set up, which is very interesting. Of course, you want to get those treasures that were back there. We also have that key that can unlock a few of those treasures as well. Oh, also, back here, as I said during the first chapter, this is the area that we were in during chapter 1 when those enemies were tossing TNT at us and there were a bunch of bear traps all over the ground. So we are back here now. Usually these two enemies have plagas in their heads. One nice thing about this game and this particular area is that we can use the boat to our advantage here. Instead of wasting ammo on these guys, we can lure them back here, get on the boat, and start tossing harpoons at them, because they can't actually hit us while we are on this boat. Nice little trick. Nice little trick here. So, just going to aim at those guys, toss the harpoons, take them both out. Don't worry about them getting close. Once again, they cannot hit you while you're here. And that'll be it for those guys. Very satisfying way to take those guys down. There are a few treasures that we want to get back here as well. Also, be very wary of the bear traps if you did not destroy any of them when you were coming through here during the first chapter. We're also going to make sure to pick up all the items that we left behind from chapter 1. Also, something that I forgot to mention is that the chapter 1 footage that I showed you guys was from a newer playthrough, because the chapter 1 footage for this particular walkthrough that I was doing was lost, so I had to redo chapter 1. So if you're wondering why some of the things are a little different there and why some of the drops that I had from chapter 1 did not cross over to chapter 2, that's the reason why. As I said before, I had a hell of a time putting this walkthrough together. It was a massive pain in the ass. Anyway, as we come back out here, there are going to be dogs who show up. What's nice about this is that the dogs are not alerted to you as long as you stand back here. So we're just going to chill back here. As soon as we see the dogs creep up, we're just going to shoot them in the head. There are 4 dogs who show up. So the one in the front, the one from the left, this one from the right, and there should be one more coming from the right side. And that is all the dogs. So don't run forward. If you run forward, you'll have to deal with the full brunt of those dogs, and they can be a motherfucker to deal with. So just stand back here, just snipe them, and you will be good. After that, you will have to deal with the Garradors. There are 2 of them who spawn back here as well. One of them may or may not turn into a plaga. If they do, you can either snipe them or use a flash grenade. Actually, I would not suggest using flash grenades for right now. You want to save the flash grenades for the cabin sequence. Well, I mean, you can still use them somewhat here and there. But try to keep at least, 2 or 3 flash grenades just in case for the cabin sequence. But by then, you should have a bunch of materials that you can use to make more flash grenades. So once again, it's up to your discretion. As you can see, we're just running around looting stuff. We also used a small key. There were some treasures inside of the trees as well that we picked up. There's also a beetle back near the entrance back here. There it is. So you definitely want to pick that up because it's worth a decent amount of money too. And there we go. We're done with this little area. There are also a bunch of fish around, so if you can take down the fish, be sure to do so, because as I said earlier, we need as much money as possible because we want to upgrade our rifle. We will not be upgrading it all the way during this chapter, but we'll be getting most of the upgrades, I do believe. Take some more of these basses. And now we are going to go back here. Just hit these 3 and you will be good. And now we can pick up the last hexagonal piece that we need in order to solve a puzzle, which will give us another pretty good treasure. And we have the other head that we needed as well. So now we will be able to get the insignia and use it on the church, but we're not going to do that quite yet. Still have a few more things to do before we head back out there. There's another bass that we need to catch. There's a gun that we need to pick up. And of course, we need to do the hexagonal puzzle. As I said before, this is a very chill chapter. Nothing too difficult to deal with until the very end. Alrighty, so let's get out of this area. And we are going to be going over here because there is some more fish, and there is also a golden chicken egg that we want to pick up from this area. which we will be giving to the merchant, which will complete another merchant request. And this is where the bass that we want to get for the merchant request is as well. If I can actually hit him. There he is. I don't think I have enough room right now. So I sent out a few of my items, 2 of my guns, tossed them in storage. I don't know why I was taking these guys out here because I have no room in my inventory for anything. But when I come back out, I can pick those guys back up. All right, so right here, it's right twice, left twice, up once, and you will get that treasure. So now we're running back to the merchant, and we are going to sell a bunch of stuff. We will also be upgrading our rifle. We will also be picking up the black attaché case, as I talked about in one of the previous chapters, so that we can have a higher likelihood of large resources dropping for us. Actually, I think I get that a little later. Either way, you could have gotten it there if you wanted to. So now we're going over here into the middle of this shipwreck, because this is where the Red 9 is. And unfortunately, the Red 9 sucks in this game, so... It sucks in this game, but at the very least, we can just sell it to the merchant. It's very unfortunate that it's so horrible in this game because it was the best. Man, it was so good in OG RE4. And they ruined it. They ruined it. Honestly, you should use the TMP instead of it. If you're going to use that gun, just buy the TMP instead. As I said before, we're selling everything. We are going to get all our items back as well. Of course, we want to equip the scope onto our rifle, and now we are upgrading our rifle as much as possible. Pretty sure I upgraded all the way besides the exclusive. There we go. So now all we need to do is get the exclusive, and the rifle will be incredibly powerful. I could have actually gotten everything all at once at this point had I not upgraded my pistol a few times and not purchased a few other things, but overall, things still worked out pretty well for me. And there I am getting the black attaché case. I'm not sure if I get the ruby here. Yeah, I did. Okay, nice. Also, when you pick up the black attaché case, you need to go into the save area in order to switch it out. So be sure to remember that. Just purchasing it does not change it. So you need to go into the save area and make sure to go to customize case and switch over to the black one, as I'm doing right here. There we go. We will be using this case for the rest of the game, and now we will also be saving the game because we are about to fight El Gigante, who is a very easy boss battle. Especially if you don't have to dog around. Unfortunately, I love the little doggo, but you get in the way, my friend. You get in the way of this fight. So, first thing that we want to do when we come up here is equip a hand grenade. We're going to be tossing a hand grenade at El Gigante. Oh, I guess not. Usually I would. That is very strange. Okay, well, whatever. Normally I would have tossed a hand grenade and then shoot him, but apparently not this time around. So, I think he only needs one more shot to kill. I just need to hit him one more time. Oh no, wait. Probably one more time now. Or not. I'm surprised he's not dead yet. I think now I need to hit him one more time. It's always great when I'm surprised by my own footage. As I said before, I've done this multiple times, so... I think the reason that he took so much more damage there is because I did not use a grenade. I'm surprised I didn't throw the grenade at first. Usually I would toss a grenade at him, it stuns him for a few moments, and I shoot him in the head a few times. Then I shoot the parasite, he gets knocked down. And then I shoot him like 3 more times, the parasite goes away. I toss a flash grenade, reload, and then shoot him in the face a few more times and shoot the parasite 3 more times and he goes down. But I really don't understand what I was doing there. Well, whatever. Whatever works, works, I suppose. I suppose now you guys have 2 different strategies you can use. You can just shoot him in the face with the rifle, or you can toss a grenade and then shoot him in the face. I think tossing the grenade is a better way of going about it, especially if you're new at this. I guess I was just using my elite skills because I played this game so much. I was just like, you know what, screw using the grenade. I'll just shoot him in the face a bunch of times. Very interesting. Some commentary this is. Just like, oh, what's going on? This isn't even commentary. This is like a reaction video at this point. I don't know what I'm going to do next. It's great. It's great. All right, so as you can see, there's a bunch of items here. We need to pull this lever to do this puzzle in order to gain access to where Ashley is. So I usually start with the blue one, spin it around, just line it up with the insignia in the background. It's very easy. If you have eyes, you can do this. If you have eyes that work anyway, you can do this. Now that that is done, we're going to go up the ladder over here, and we are finally going to meet the Foin Ashley, who is a beauty in this game. We're not going to get too horny boy atrophy on this, on this video, but that will be the end of this chapter. As I said before, a very long chapter, a very chill one though, especially after the last few, but things are about to get a lot more hectic. So now we are moving forward to chapter 5, and we now have Ashley with us. The Foin Ashley. Ooh, she is fine. So, she is a massive pain in the ass in this game, I'm not gonna lie. Her AI is terrible, and they should have just left it how it was in OG RE4, where she would just stick behind you if you told her to stay near you, and she would just stay in one place if you just told her to wait. That was way better than whatever the hell it is that they decided to do in this game. It is retarded, it's ridiculous, it is stupid, and I hate it. But either way, we will be dealing with it. So, this mission is actually a very simple mission besides the very end, which is the glorious cabin sequence that everyone knows and loves from the OG version of Resident Evil 4. And I actually think that the cabin sequence in this game is far easier than the one in the original, especially if you're doing no damage. In the original, it gets very, very intense very quickly. And this one, you can actually keep the enemies at bay very easily. There's just way more tools to use, and it's not as intense in my opinion. Which is fine by me, because this game is a massive pain in the ass, generally. But I'm talking a lot of shit about this game right now. It needs to calm down. Okay, so anyway. Once we come outside of the church, we want to stab the first hag ganado, and then we want to go into this corner. You also have to watch out because the ganados can spot you through Ashley, so if Ashley is just standing out in the middle of nowhere for no reason, they will see her and they will be alerted to your presence. It sucks, but it is what it is. The nice thing about Ashley in this game is that she has no health to take care of. If she gets knocked over or something like that, all you have to do is run up to her and pick her up. So you don't have to use any herbs or anything like that on her. And considering the way that she works in this game, that was definitely the right call. However, I do prefer how she was in OG RE4. So, as we're going through here, we're just going to run out of this area. We don't really have to fight any of these enemies. Actually, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm going to run out of this area, am I? Oh, yeah. Guess so. Okay. For some reason, I thought I killed all these guys, but apparently not. As I said in the previous chapter, if they toss a Molotov near you, as long as you run outside of it quick enough, you will not be damaged by it. So, have maybe a second or two before you will start getting damaged by it. So now that we are out of that area, we're just going to move forward here. You could have slowly taken down all those enemies through there. You could have used your knife. And also, one of the better strategies to use, especially in these kinds of areas where you're surrounded by enemies and you want to stay stealthy, you can actually use the bolt gun. The bolt gun is very, very good for that kind of thing. I was thinking about using it for this playthrough, but I decided against it because I decided to put all my money into the rifle, and that was definitely the right move. But the bolt gun can make things very easy, especially with the explosive mines. The explosive mines can make certain bosses incredibly easy, particularly Mendez. You can absolutely obliterate him with the explosive mines.
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
Now let's go in here. We're going to open up a few of the drawers and destroy some boxes that we did not destroy when we were first coming through here. So we're going to come out here. Oh, that's the reason that I didn't take all those guys out, is because I'm going to take everybody out in this area. So the reason that we want to take down everybody here is because I am going to be doing the side quest revolving around the Super Doggo. And while you're doing that, you definitely don't want enemies around, because the Super Doggo can be a pain in the ass if you don't know what you're doing. So after taking down that one ganado over there, we are going to jump down into this cave-like area. Actually, we're jumping down the well. We're going to take this guy down. There are some items that we can pick up here too. He decided to turn around because I was running directly at him. It would have been better had I just slowed down and just walked up behind him and stabbed him, but whatever. We don't have, ain't nobody got time for that, to bring back an incredibly old meme, and I think I'm going backwards. I think I just went backwards. Oh no, I went forward. Nice, nice, okay. So, right here, we're going to wait a little bit for a hag ganado to show up. She's holding a Molotov. I'm going to wait for her to show up right next to us, then we're going to stab her in the back. Once you do so, she's going to drop the Molotov, so run out of it as soon as possible so that you don't get damaged by it. So now we're going to go back here to spawn the Super Doggo that we need to deal with. And we're also going to get a bunch of treasures that we left behind back in Chapter 2. You guys remember I pulled a lever back here, which showed the attic opening up, and now we're finally in that attic. Did I say addict? Attic. And now here is the Super Doggo. Before we move forward, we're going to be taking down all these enemies. As long as you don't walk too far into this area, the dog will not show up. So we want to take down all these enemies here. We're going to alert all of them to come to our direction. There is an Enforcer Ganado around here as well to deal with. There he is. You will see that he will go down very easily. He will go down in 2 shots, I believe, or 3 shots. No, 3 shots. 3 shots. Or I guess not. 4 shots. 5 shots. Okay, I was lying. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I'm thinking about when you have the exclusive ticket that gives you the 2 times damage. That's when he takes like 2 shots to kill, which is great. So anyone who shows up around you, just take them down. You need to use the shotgun, use it. Man, I'm doing a terrible job. Like a few missions ago, I was talking about my great prowess with the rifle, and here I am just failing constantly. This was before I wrapped my head around it. More cope, more cope. Now I was just being hasty here. So we're just waiting for that Parasite Ganado hag to show up because we want to kill her before we spawn the dog. We are going to be using flash grenades on the dog as well. He gets stunned for a decent amount of time if you use flash grenades, so you can take him out pretty easily. So if you run to the right, the dog will spawn. And now we will be shooting him up. I do believe that the hag ganado is going to show up near.
Give me a warning next time?
Or not. I thought she showed up. Yeah, once again, apparently I am just reacting to this video now. It's no longer a commentary. It's just me reacting to the stuff that I'm doing and being in awe of everything. But as you can see, taking down the Super Doggo there is not too difficult, as long as you stay far away from him and you've upgraded your rifle. If you don't upgrade your rifle, that thing takes a lot of damage. You can also take him down with a pretty decent strategy with the TMP, but as I said before, we're not going to be using the TMP during this walkthrough. Maybe another one in the future, maybe. There is a particular walkthrough that I do want to do for this game, another no damage one, but we won't be talking about that until I am done with that one, if I decide to do it. I haven't decided just yet. Actually, I will be doing it eventually, but maybe that'll be something for later in the year, or maybe next year, who knows. So we just have a few more ganados to take down. Usually one of these guys tends to have a plaga. We're going to take this guy out, and the one on the right had the plaga, so I'm just going to stand back here and shoot him with the pistol. No need to waste any more rifle ammo because I've been using a lot of the rifle and I missed a bunch of shots earlier, so don't worry, I will make up for it during the cabin sequence. I promise. I promise. Till then, we're just gonna have to accept the fact that my accuracy has not been that great with the rifle on this mission. Hasn't been horrible, but it hasn't been that great. Okay. Continue to move forward. We're done with this little area now. And we have one more area to go through before we deal with the cabin sequence. And of course, we will be saving right before the cabin sequence. And that will be our, I believe, maybe 5th save at this point. So there is an enemy right here around the corner that we can run behind and stab. But I think I'm going to wait until he comes back. There is also another Enforcer Ganado here. I usually don't take down all these guys. I usually just run through this area, but this time around I decided to take them out because there is some treasure that I wanted to pick up. And I wanted to use up that key that we got earlier during the mission with the boat. Get it at the very beginning of that mission. Alright, so we're stabbing this guy. And now we have another dude on the right side that we need to take out. Wasn't sure if he noticed me just yet, and yes he did. Usually I'm able to take this guy out, then run toward that guy. Oh wait, he didn't notice me. There we go. Usually I'm able to do this a lot faster. Now we're going to go around this corner here. There is another enemy back here. And I wasn't sure as to whether or not the brute Ganado back there would actually move, but he was just chilling back there. I guess he kind of senses my location or something, and he started walking in this direction. So I wanted to take out that one dude and stealth kill him, but brute Ganado decided to screw me over. Decided to run back and just take him out from back here. I think I did anyway. Once again, I'm reacting to everything just like you guys are. Something else that I'm very wary of are these farm animals. Because for whatever reason, you can actually aggro these farm animals. I'm not sure what causes it outside of shooting directly at them. But sometimes they get very pissed at you for seemingly no reason, which is very, very annoying when you're doing no damage. So right here, I'm just trying to figure out like what the hell is going on. And I was like, you know what, I'll just toss a flash grenade and just stab the dude. At least it'll lower his health pool a decent amount so I can try to take him down. I probably should have used my rifle though. Yeah, I really should have used the rifle. I would have taken him out earlier. So we're just going to bait these guys back here. Thankfully that shotgun blast hit the guy behind him. But once again, this was not the most optimal way to take these dudes out, but whatever works, works, I suppose. And now we're going to have a plaga. So we're just going to back up a little bit and hopefully get a good sniper shot in on this guy. I really don't remember. For some reason, this particular footage, I don't remember very much at all. The footage from this mission and the footage from the previous mission, for whatever reason, I just don't remember. Something else to keep in mind is that if Ashley does get damaged, it does not count toward damage for you, which is very nice. Which is not something that we could say in the previous RE4. Or, as we like to call it on this channel, the true RE4. So there are a few more stragglers that we need to deal with. I think there might be 2 or 3 more guys. I was not entirely sure. Because as I said before, I usually don't kill all these guys. I usually just run through here, open this up, and then get the hell out of here. And there we go, another antique pipe. Very much worth it. Wait, did I kill everybody? Maybe I did. Oh, I did. Oh, nice, okay. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. Freaking farm animal was running at us. God, this game. This game really can be ridiculous at times. So as I said before, if you have any materials to make some flash grenades, this will be the time to do it. You will also want to have a decent amount of rifle ammo as well. With regards to the shotgun, you don't really have to make that much shotgun ammo because we are going to be selling this shotgun in the next mission. So if you can just unload the entirety of this shotgun without reloading it, that would be the optimal way to go about it. And I just upgraded the rifle all the way, which was great. So we now have 2 times the power stacked on all the other stats that we increased. And we just saved the game for what I believe is the 5th time. And as you can see, now this farm animal is right here, the stupid bull who tried to hit us earlier. And here we go. This is going to be the cabin sequence. As I said before, this version of the cabin is way easier than OG RE4. First thing you want to do is snipe these 2 guys. They usually line up pretty easily. We're going to snipe this guy, and then we're going to shoot through this window. There is an explosive barrel back here. Shoot that. We're going to pick up the planks and pick up all the items that are around here. And now we are going to continue to take down the enemies who come at this window. Then we're going to break this window because we're waiting for this horde to come through here. Going to grenade them, and then we are going to place the planks on the window. So all the enemies are going to be funneling through these 2 windows now. That is until we get another drop of some wooden planks. Just going to toss a nade back there. Take down a few of these guys to make it more likely for them to drop the planks earlier. And this first guy may or may not just drop a plank. Yep. Here we go. Let's take her down as well. I'm not necessarily sure how this section works. I don't know if it works based on how many enemies you kill, or if there's a timer here. I think in OG RE4 it was just a straight up timer, but this game I can't really remember. We're just going to snipe that. And we're just waiting for another enemy to drop another plank so we can board up the last window here. Once again, if you start getting overwhelmed by enemies, you can run upstairs. Or if there are a lot of Garradors who have Plaga inside of their head, you can toss a flash grenade. You do need to watch out when those windows are open and they're not boarded up when there is a Plaga near it, because you can actually be damaged from them or by them while they're still outside. So be very, very careful. We're just waiting here for the cutscene to play. There should be a cutscene of the enemies, and here it is. They're bringing the ladder so that they can start pouring in from upstairs. But once they do that, we're going to head back downstairs. You could have jumped downstairs, but it's not the best route to go, because if you just jump downstairs blindly, you don't know what's down here. So if you're going to jump downstairs, it is better to toss a flash grenade before jumping down, but I'd rather just run down the stairs like that. Now all we're doing is taking down enemies until the brute Garrador shows up. The enforcer Garrador, as I like to call them. A bunch of enemies will be dropping down from the upper floor, and they will be coming from the chimney on the right side. And here he is, the brute Garrador. So when he first shows up, we're going to want to toss a flash grenade back here so any stragglers can be stunned, and we shoot him in the head twice, and that is the end of him. As I said before, increasing the power of this rifle is one of the best decisions that you can possibly make, especially early on in the game. It is incredibly helpful, but that is the end of Chapter 5, a very fun chapter overall, in my opinion. Now we are moving on to Chapter 6, which is one of my least favorite chapters in this entire game, solely because of the part when you are running away from Mendez and you have all the Garradors chasing you. I really hate that section. It sucks. It's stupid, it's retarded, and I don't like it. Alright. Anyway, there is a treasure up here, at least one of those DLC treasures. And now what we are going to be doing when we reach the merchant is we are going to finally be selling our shotgun, because the riot gun is now available to us. And we will be using the riot gun for the duration of this campaign. However, we may very well be selling it toward the end of the campaign for a very specific reason, but I'll be telling you guys about that in a few hours. Got a long way before we see that one. In either case, now we are going to move forward through here, and we are going to sneak up on these first 2 Garradors. So there is one on the left side over here. Then there is one walking around behind this wall, so we're going to wait for him to turn around. He's going to come toward us and then turn around again, so we're going to wait for that. I'm going to show you guys how to get through this area without alerting any of the enemies, and then I'm just going to alert the enemies so I can fight the rest of the enemies. That's a lot of enemies. But yes, you can get through this section while killing everyone and using your guns without alerting anyone, which is great. So we're taking this guy out. And now we are going to run up these stairs. We're going to open this box over here to claim the treasure inside. And now we are going to run to the back over here near the entrance. And we're going to snipe from back here. As long as you snipe from back here and you kill all these enemies, no other enemies will show up. So you'll kill those two. Then there is an archer over here. And then there will be one more guy who may or may not plug up. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. This time he plugged, so I decided to run forward. Do not run forward if you don't want the rest of the enemies to spawn. So you'll just take them out from back there, and that'll be this section. So now that everyone's alerted, I'm just going to sit back here, picking them off one by one. We also have an enforcer Ganado, who is going to be coming at us as well. Thankfully, we have the right gun, so it's going to make dealing with a lot of these enemies very easy. And that guy just tried to clothesline my ass, but fortunately for him, used a flash grenade. And as I said in the previous mission, this new rifle is just so good. This fully upgraded rifle is great. It's not a new rifle, but the fully upgraded is incredible. As the España say, I suppose. I don't know. I have no idea. I am Spanish, but I have no clue. I don't know Spanish. I'm American. As far as I'm concerned, there's only 2 countries in the world, America and everywhere else. That's how it is. Dumb, ignorant Americans, yes, yes. JK smile. I know there's 3 countries in the world, guys. I mean, come on. It's America, Japan, and everywhere else. That's the true final answer I'm going to give you. Right, anyway, let's continue to move forward here. You got to watch out because there are bear traps on the ground. Don't want to run into those, and we don't want Ashley to run into those because she's such a sweetheart. She is so lovely in this game. Good lord, is she fine. Anyway, let's continue on here. Another thing that you could have done through this area is kill those first 2 enemies that I stealth killed. Then you could have just ran through here, shot the archer, and then tossed a flash grenade and just ran out of that area. If you do that, the enemies will not be able to go back here. So I was alerting this guy. Usually he does not grab Ashley here, but for some reason she was being very slow. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Wanted to keep this guy away just in case he took Ashley beyond the point of no return. I'm not exactly sure where that is here, but I just knew that I just wanted this guy to stay away from her. So decided to just use the shotgun here and take him out. So now we got some treasures from inside of here. There is also, I'm pretty sure there is a save in there as well. On professional difficulty. I don't think that's in the other difficulties. Professional difficulty does have a few more typewriters than the lower difficulties. And that's specifically because you don't get checkpoints in professional difficulty. Not that it matters anyway, because I am doing no damage, so couldn't care less about checkpoints. So there's a few more enemies back here. We're going to kill these 2. And then we are going to have to deal with the Chainsaw Sisters, who once again are not going to be too bad because of the fact that we have this fully upgraded rifle. And down that guy goes. Very, very nice. So now we're just going to run around here looting items as usual. Usually the case when I'm fast forwarding, I'm just looting stuff. Nothing too important going on here. Also make sure that Ashley is inside the locker. So one of the other reasons that I was really pissed off about this mission was that Ashley kept leaving the locker on her own. I've never seen that happen before, but she kept doing it and it was pissing me off. Screwed up a few runs that I was doing. Anyway, when the Chainsaw Sisters first show up here, you're going to want to shoot them in the face a few times, bomb them, and then leave this area. We're going to run out here, and we want to funnel the enemies up through here. Thankfully, we have the riot gun, which is incredibly powerful. Try to get multiple enemies with one shot right there. These two enemies usually have plagas in their head, so if you are going to shoot them down, make sure to aim low. That is not damage right there either. That's just a stun attack. As you can see. Looks like it's damage, but it's not actually damage. So you can actually dodge that attack though if you bend down when they're doing it. So I just took down the first Chainsaw Sister, and the second one should be taken down very soon. I think I'm hitting the actual chainsaw, which is why she took so many more shots than usual. And now we have a few more enemies to deal with now. If you are really afraid of being damaged by these enemies and you want the easiest possible way to deal with this, actually there's two easier ways to deal with this section. First easier way is to simply use the explosive mines. You put them all over the ground where the Chainsaw Sisters are going to spawn. Then you activate the cutscene. As soon as the cutscene plays, the Chainsaw Sisters will explode and you can just take everything that you need. The second way is to go all the way back to the entrance of this entire area, which is down to the left. If I were to jump down, go down that pathway. If you go down there, it is beyond the tether point of the enemy, so you can just continuously funnel them through there, let them get closer to you, go past their tether point, they will start walking back in here, and you can pick them off one by doing that. That is definitely a viable strategy as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the developers never patched it, they never put a wall back there or anything. I don't understand why they would just leave that area open if they don't want you to be able to run outside, so it is what it is. So, in any case, here is the part of this mission that I dread the most. And it is this little section here. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is bomb these enemies over here. Because if you don't do that, they're going to get too close to Ashley and she will be grabbed. And now as we're running through here, we're primarily going to be using the shotgun as we run through. Just taking down all the enemies that get near us. Right here, I was going to use a flash grenade, but decided against it. You also have to watch out because if they hit Ashley with one of their axes, she will get knocked over and Mendez will be able to easily grab her. But it's not actually too difficult of a section, but for whatever reason, I was just having the worst luck when I was going through there for this particular walkthrough. When I did my previous no damages, I didn't have any issues with that section, but this time around that section was really pissing me off. In either case, we are going to be upgrading the riot gun a few more times, and we will be getting ready for the Mendez battle. We are also going to be saving the game right before the Mendez fight. He is actually a pretty easy boss to deal with, especially if you have this upgraded rifle that I have. We're going to make very quick work of Mendez here. First thing you want to do is equip a hand grenade. And also, this is another boss that is very easy with the explosive mines. So we're going to toss a nade at him. And as he's walking toward us, we toss the nade to stun him so we can go upstairs and be safe. And then every time he does one of these attacks, pay attention because he goes back into this neutral position. So after each attack, he just shows you his back like that. So if you snipe him, if you have good aim, you can snipe him pretty easily there and just take down the first form that quickly. It's crazy how easy it is. So now, we're just going to stay down here for a little bit, pick up a few items, dodge a few of these attacks, shoot him a few times with the rifle. I'm primarily waiting for him to pick up the explosive barrels. Once he does that, I'm going to shoot the barrels and then go upstairs because it's actually easier to dodge him from upstairs than it is down here. You can just run straight upstairs, but this game was being weird for me a few times, so I decided to be more cautious with this. So we're blowing that up, and now we're going to run upstairs. As I said before, it's way easier to dodge the wooden planks from up here. You have way more room to run back and forth. And you can bait Mendez a lot easier too. So there goes all of my rifle ammo. So now we are going to be switching to the riot gun. Not going to take much longer to kill this guy. Just going to dodge that. Shoot him a few more times, and he should be done for. And there is Mendez. As I said, not too difficult of a boss battle. Especially if you upgraded like I did. If you guys have been following this walkthrough properly, you guys will be able to take him down like nothing. And of course, if you want to use the other strategy, you can just throw a bunch of mines everywhere and just blow his ass up. I'm sure there are plenty of YouTube videos that show off that strategy. I might show off that strategy if I do another walkthrough of this game. So now we just have a little further to go. You should not reload your pistol at this point. We are going to be selling this pistol. I started reloading it, I think, and then I may have switched over. I don't remember. But that is the end of this chapter. One of my least favorite chapters just because of that little running section, but overall it's not that bad. It's not too bad. So before we continue on with the gameplay here, I'm going to place a commercial for my sister's comic book. If you guys are interested in picking it up, there is a link in the description below and also in the pinned comment below. So be sure to check it out, and I will see you guys back here in 1 minute.
Nightvisions, Gula.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. And once again, if you are interested in the comic book, be sure to check the link in the description below, as well as the pinned comment below. Additionally, while you're at it, be sure to like this video and leave a comment below if you have been enjoying this walkthrough so far. Hope you guys have been enjoying it, considering the fact that I went through absolute hell to put this thing together. But yes, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like the video, and I would definitely appreciate that. As we're moving forward here, we just picked up a little bit of treasure, and now we will be selling whatever we can, and we will also be picking up the Blacktail, which is the pistol that we will be using for the duration of this campaign. I would not knock you guys for choosing to pick up the Punisher over the Blacktail, especially since you can place a laser dot sight onto it. But for whatever reason, I'm just most comfortable with the Blacktail in this game. That is not the case in OG RE4, which is where I love the Red 9, but in this game, the Blacktail does it for me. So Chapter 7 is one that is very interesting because we are introduced to the Type 2 Plagas, we are also introduced to the Garradors, and we also have to deal with the Water Room, which is everybody's favorite section. I actually don't find it to be too difficult. But this is the Type 2 Plaga. You need to watch out when dealing with these because they can essentially take unlimited damage unless you shoot them in the mouth. So they will still take damage if you're not shooting them in the mouth, but if you don't hit them in the mouth for your final shot, they will just continue to stay around, which is very annoying. They can also spew ink at you, which is also kind of annoying, but overall I find them to be the easiest of the Plaga types to deal with in this game. You can get close to them unlike the Type 1 Plagas. As long as you're not dumb and you don't just stand around, they won't actually be able to decapitate you. But once we're coming up here, we want to shoot the weight so that the cannon can rise up so that we can use it to take down these catapults. We're also going to use the explosive barrels here to take down the catapults that are in front of us. So shoot that one in front of us, and then we are going to take down this female ganado over here. Then afterward, we will be shooting the ganado that's up to the right side. Get a headshot right there. And then we are going to move forward. Be very careful when running through these catapult areas because if Ashley gets hit by one of those, I'm pretty sure it's an insta-kill. As you run back here, another ganado is going to spawn behind you. So be ready for him. Take him out however you like. Now we are going to run upstairs and alert one of the enemies to come near us. I'm going to bait him out. It's that enemy that was walking across that bridge back there. Once again, be careful here because if Ashley gets hit by one of those, it is game over, my friend. There are no continues here. Thankfully, the enemies tend to prioritize Ashley throughout this section. Don't get too complacent though, because they will sometimes attack you. You might think that they're going to go after Ashley and they'll turn around and go after you, so. Complacency is death here. Now we're going to run through this fire. And we are going to shoot this guy here. And we are going to get on the catapult. Be very wary when you first go onto the catapult, because there will be a bunch of enemies trying to come at you. One enemy in particular has a plaga in his head, so it would be best to take him out with the... did I say catapult? I meant the cannon. So once you're on the back of the cannon, be sure to take down all these enemies and take down the catapults, because you especially don't want to deal with that one enemy who has the plaga inside of his head, unless you want to waste a flash grenade on him. And now let's shoot this baby down. Shoot this one down as well. And there's another catapult over here to take out. And we can blow this door open. So before we leave this area, we are going to be taking down the rest of the medallions so that we can complete another merchant request. Usually wait a few seconds before shooting that one in particular, because you can accidentally shoot Ashley there when she jumps down, so I usually wait till after she jumps down to shoot that one. Don't want anything weird going on there, you know? Also, something else to mention. If you were to just run through here, blow up that wall, and go past that area while avoiding all the enemies will be tethered to that area. They won't be able to come past that wall that you blew open. So that's another way to circumvent that area, if you'd like. That same blown up wall is also the tether for the enemies that are in here as well. So you can use that to your advantage, but we won't be using any tethers throughout this campaign. As far as I remember, I don't think I use any of those. I wanted to point them out for you guys, but I didn't want to rely on those, because I do think it's cheating. It's not really cheating, but for my own parameters, it's cheating, but overall, it's not cheating. If you want to use that strategy, it's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. So when these enemies first show up, be sure to toss a grenade at them. Then we are going to run outside of this door to funnel all the enemies through here. Then we are going to spin around and start sniping the hell out of these guys. It's going to be very satisfying. So let's go for it, baby. And there we go. One more, and all the enemies are done for. So once again, if you wanted to, you could come out here and then run past that wall and use it to easily pick these guys off, because they'll continuously just try to go back into this area after you go beyond their tether point. But if you want to be a Billy badass like I am, you can just use that door as a funnel point and just take them out like that. I was pretty happy with the way that turned out. So now we're just going to go around looting as usual. And we are finally going to be introduced to the Garradors. I'm going to show you guys a very easy way to deal with them, or deal with him. There's only one of them here, but there's two later, which, oh god, what a pain in the ass that was. Anyway, so we're going to stealthily go through here. As soon as we hit this chain, we're going to start running. Then we are going to move to the left side and bend down. Then we are going to aim for the Garradors back, shoot, and then we are going to walk around through here. He's going to get pissy. He's going to run toward where we were, and then we are going to use this opportunity to shoot him in the back again, and down he goes. So that is the Garrador. If you don't have the fully upgraded rifle, then you will likely have to shoot him one more time. But if you do have the fully upgraded rifle, which I highly recommend, you will be able to take him down in just 2 shots, which is awesome. As I said earlier, this rifle is going to come in very handy throughout this campaign. Investing into it was one of the best ideas I ever had. So now we just have a little bit of a puzzle through here, so just shoot the corresponding animals in order to open the door. Then we just need to place the corresponding swords into the right slots. It's nothing too difficult. And there is also a snake inside of that box. Be sure to watch out for that. once again, out here we need to shoot the corresponding animals. Or we can pull the corresponding animals anyway. And after we do that, Ashley will kick down the ladder. We can climb up, we can move forward. And we are coming up on the water room, which is very easy as far as I'm concerned. In this version of the game, this water room is ridiculously easy compared to OG RE4. It's way more intense in OG RE4, in my opinion. I actually kind of enjoy this room in this version of the game. Oh, also something else that I'm doing is going back here and upgrading my pistol a little bit. I think I upgraded the... What was it? The firepower? I think it was the firepower there. Oh, something else to mention. This particular run of this water room is actually me redoing it because I lost the original footage for this one as well. As I said before, I had some bad times with this walkthrough. So after the water room, my actual ammo count is going to be a little different, but either way, it's still the same exact strategy that I used for both, so it's not too big of a deal. So when you first open the door here, I'm going to shoot the 2 archers. Then we are going to run outside here. And we are once again going to funnel all the enemies back here. If you move to the right side of this room, it's actually beyond the tether point of the enemy. So once again, if you want to use that to your advantage, be sure to do so. Also, if you have grenades here, this is definitely a good place to use them. The hand grenades, that is. You see clusters of enemies coming through here. It's a great opportunity to take these guys down. Fortunately, I had used a bunch earlier, so I don't have any left. Had I had some left, I would have definitely used them here. So there will be about 2 waves of enemies that come through here. Usually when you see this last enemy with the torch, that means you're just about done with this wave, or these waves. And you can start moving forward. Right here, I'm just slowly walking forward just in case anyone else spawns. But that is that little section. So through here, we're going to need to haul ass. Also, tell Ashley to stay further away from you. When you run in here, we're going to run all the way to the left side because there are archers up above. There are 4 of them. We're going to run behind this pillar here and just snipe them. Another one should be spawning back here. Gonna wait for him to show up, take his ass out too. Now we're just gonna break this vase so that we can see this guy better. And then there is one more right above us that we can take out. Also told Ashley to get close to us again. And that is all the guys in this main room, which is very nice. So now we are going to move down to the bottom floor. And have a bunch more enemies to take down. Nothing too difficult though. As I said before, once you know the spawns here, it's a very consistent area to get through. It's not as challenging. I actually think as I said before, I think the original's more challenging because it's a little more hectic. And you have to more dynamically think on your feet when you're going through this section in the original RE4, because you can't slowly pick off the enemies one by one in waves like this because they are continuously coming at you. So it makes for a far more harrowing experience, but either way, I do enjoy this version of this room. So what we're trying to do right now is just pop the heads of all these enemies here because most of them have the Type 2 Plaga inside of them. So we want to unleash all the Type 2s so that once we jump down here, we can just use a flash grenade and take all of them out at the same time. Fortunately, that was not the best time to get a headshot. That enemy was wearing a mask. We're going to jump down here. We're going to move forward, toss a flash grenade to kill these 3. Unfortunately, one of the Type 2s was shielded by the water coming down here. So I had to deal with it, which was really ridiculous, in my opinion. It is what it is, so just going to lure him toward the explosive barrel. Once again, as I said before, until it opens its mouth, you don't want to actually shoot, especially if you know it's about to die. So once it does that, that means you can shoot and kill it. But if its mouth is closed, you're not really going to do any damage, especially if it has like 1 point of health. It'll keep that 1 point of health until it opens its mouth and you actually hit the open mouth. Very annoying. I just really do not care for that design.
This should do the trick.
Wish they would have just kept them like in the OG. We're just going to loot around here. And we are going to get ready to place this valve. Once we place this valve, 2 more enemies are going to spawn. One has a crossbow, so we're going to take her out. The next one has a shield, so we're just going to run through here because he's going to try to jump down and get toward us, or move toward us. We can just chill right here. He'll move the shield and you can just shoot him in the head. Whenever they try to jump down somewhere, they place the shields on their backs, which gives you perfect opportunity to snipe them in the head. Alright, so now we are going to turn this valve over here. And this will be when some more enemies spawn. Once we get to a certain point on these stairs, more enemies will spawn. Usually Ashley will let you know when they do, but for some reason she did not this time. But either way, once you see that archer there, that means the enemies have spawned. So make sure to take him out. And then we want to run back here with Ashley. Could be maybe 5 or 6 Garradors we need to take down here. If they're running at you like that, you can shoot them in the legs and just get a quick knife attack in on them. Any shield enemies, be sure to use the shotgun against them. And of course, if they have the parasite in their head, you definitely want to either use one of the flash grenades or... Actually, yeah, you can rely on the shotgun, the flash grenades, or the rifle. Whatever you feel most comfortable with. Though I would suggest mostly saving the flash grenades for the very end of this section. Alright, so we got some more Type 1 Plagas. Thankfully, the riot gun is amazing, even at further ranges. And that should be all the enemies for this particular wave. I'm just looking around, just making sure nothing else is coming. And I also want to loot the area. Something else to be careful of before you fully go upstairs is there should be one more archer just chilling up there. Be a bit cautious as you're going up here. You don't want to get hit at this point, especially if you're doing no damage. So the final archer will be back here on the right side. There he is. We'll take his ass out, and that is it. All we need to do now is deal with the section where we place Ashley onto the second floor, and she is going to have to crank or use a valve in order to build the bridge that we need to go across. As I said before, make sure to have some flash grenades ready because we are going to need them for the next section. The normal grenades would be great as well. Hand grenades, I mean. Something else that does bother me about this game is that we don't have incendiary grenades like in the OG. Another thing that kind of bothers me is that you can't use the doors to your advantage like you could in the OG as well. In OG RE4, you could actually kick the doors into enemies, which would stun them, which was great. As these enemies are first showing up, we're just going to use the valve to open the first one of these parts of the bridge that we need to build. Then we're going to use the blacktail to take down these 4 enemies. Missing a few of my shots, unfortunately, but take this guy down. Once we take him out, we will see another enemy coming through this doorway, so we're just gonna snipe him. At this point, our sniper will insta-kill any of these enemies if you hit them in the body, so any of the ones walking near Ashley will just instantly be taken down, which is amazing. So we're just gonna toss a flash grenade here to stun these guys. And we need to watch out for these last 2 enemies who are going to be coming after Ashley. Toss in a nade there, and now we have this last enemy to deal with. Unfortunately, the railing is in my way, but I took him out. And now we should be good for the rest of this. Just going to toss one more nade there to stun these guys. And Ashley is just about done here. Go up until she's done. We're just going to hold these guys off. And there we go. As I said, very simple section to deal with. Ashley to get near us. Once you're running across here, make sure to tell her to get near you. And you can just pick everybody off from back here if you want. I I'm not sure if this is a tether point or not. I'm actually not 100% sure about that. It seems like they were coming at me, so I don't really think it is. I think if you're closer to the door, it's kind of a tether point. Once again, that railing. Railing was getting in my way. Messing with my sniper shots, unfortunately. But overall, as I said before, a pretty easy section to get through. Just be patient here. Don't get too antsy, don't get too trigger happy. Keep your wits about you. Don't get too nervous either, especially during this little Ashley section. If you have your upgraded rifle, you will be set for this area. Just shoot them in the body and they will be done for. So, makes this section very, very easy to deal with. We're just gonna pick up some more items here. We're gonna run through this door and we are essentially done with this chapter. This is one of my favorite chapters in this game, I think. I have a lot of fun with this one. After we go through here, we are going to send Ashley over the wall so she can unlock this door.
Come on.
Hang on.
And unfortunately for us, well, fortunately I suppose, we are going to get separated from Ashley. So no more eye candy for us for a little while. But it's all good. We will get her back in like maybe 1 or 2 chapters. Actually, I think one more chapter, like at the end of the next chapter, we'll have her back. But not too long. Not too long being separated from our lady love. But that is the end of chapter 7. Very fun chapter. I really like that one. Now, moving forward, here we go with chapter 8. This is kind of an interesting chapter. I actually quite enjoy this one as well. And we will be introduced to the red-robed Garradors, who actually have the uncanny ability to force a Plaga transformation on all of the enemies. But thankfully, our rifle is strong enough that we are just going to treat this guy like he is gum on the bottom of our shoe. I don't know why that image came to my head and why I dared to share it with you guys, but that's just what happens. I'm just rolling with whatever happens. I've been here for hours. Been doing this commentary for hours, bro. So we are going to save again. I also forgot to mention that we saved right before the water room in the previous chapter. And this will be our next save. So now moving forward, we are going to run up here and we will be encountering the first of the red-robed Garradors, who transformed the rest of them. But unfortunately for him, he cannot withstand our weapon fire. So as soon as we come down here, we're going to want to shoot this guy 2 or 3 times. Once that happens, he goes down and we are just going to chill back here as the rest of the enemies come at us. Thankfully, since he's dead, none of these enemies will actually Plaga, which is very interesting. I don't think they can Plaga at this point, which is very nice. But thankfully, our shotgun also is decently powerful at this point too. I would actually suggest that you guys aim for their bodies as opposed to their heads. It seems like body shots do more consistent damage to these guys than headshots do, but either way, you can't go wrong with the right gun. I'm taking these enemies out. So we may have 1 or 2 more stragglers to take down. Actually, this might be the last one. No, there's one more back there. There are also 2 archers in this room. So after we take down these enemies, we are going to have to deal with those. But there's a very easy way to deal with them, which I will be showing you very shortly. So we're just going to run behind this pillar back here. And we are just going to snipe this archer from back here. And then the next one, all we need to do is just climb up this ladder and shoot the explosive barrel that's sitting right next to the archer. Spin around, blast it. There she goes, and that is this room. Very, very easy to deal with when you have the fully upgraded rifle. There is a few hectic strategies that you can use if you don't have this fully upgraded rifle, but I can't really describe it to you guys. It's something that you have to feel. Man, I'm just so out of it. It's like 3 in the morning. Anyway, I'm not gonna... No commentary about the commentary. It's ridiculous. So anyway, in that room, we picked up a few slabs and we did that puzzle there. Just follow what I did. It's a very easy puzzle. And then now we will for the first time be coming across the Type 3 Plagas. These Plagas actually crawl around, and they are probably the most annoying of the Plagas to deal with. They're far more powerful than they were in OG RE4. These can actually take a shotgun blast or two to the face and continue to come at you, which is very surprising, especially if you're used to them in OG RE4, where they're susceptible to just pistol damage. In this one, they'll kind of eat pistol damage, which is irritating, to say the least. Either way, they are still susceptible to flash grenades, so you can always use that, and of course, if worse comes to worse, just whip out the riot gun and blast them in the head. Alright, so I'm increasing the rate of fire because I really love being able to shoot quickly with the pistol. And besides that, we will also be increasing the reload speed as well. And now we will be moving forward to this massive castle section. It's actually pretty fun to go through. We're going to be skipping some areas. And this is when we will start skipping some of the treasures as well. There are a few treasures that you could get by going into the quote-unquote maze-like area in the lower areas of the castle. Or the lower floors of the castle, rather. But I didn't feel like getting those. So I don't. And now we're going to shoot the weight over here. And the bridge is going to drop down and a bunch of enemies are going to come running at us. So be ready for that. There's also a Type 3 Plaga back here who will jump on one of these enemies. Once they jump on these enemies, they actually kind of enrage them and the enemies get a lot faster. They're a lot more aggressive and they can take a lot more damage. But if you aim directly at the Type 3s, you can knock them off of the enemies, which is always good, as you just saw. Once again, with these things, you do need to be careful. They are very quick, and they can take a decent amount of damage, so be cautious with them. Don't let them get too close to you, unless you want to have a bad day. Now we are going to move forward through here. There are also 2 Type 3 Plagas on the upper floor, but we are going to circumvent going up the stairs, and we're just going to go through here, climb the ladder. And you can take them down from back here if you'd like. But they will jump on one of these enemies, or on this particular enemy. One of them will jump on them. While that's happening, you can actually shoot past the gate here to hit the weight to open this gate. And as we are waiting for that guy to catch up to us, we're just going to run up here, pick up a few treasures. And then once we get back near... Actually, no, we're just going to wait for him to come up. I thought I did pick up the treasures first, but apparently not. Guess I was being a lot more cautious. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, pass me. Good job. Good job, bro. There's a reason I believe in you. Alright, so now the Type 3 is off of him. I think it fell off of the map, honestly. And now this guy's dealt with. So now we can go around picking up these treasures. And then we will move on to the next area, the next castle gate that we need to get through. So if you didn't do that little trick there, you would have had to go to the underground of this little castle. And there's a little bit of a puzzle where you have to pull multiple switches, and sometimes the gates will be open and you'll have to go back and forward and pull the switch again, and then the gate will be closed and whatever. But we're just going to bypass all that. Ain't nobody got time for that, you know. So right now we're going back here to kill this last Type 3 Plaga. He's taken down. We're going to open that up so we can pick up the items that are here. Back here, we are going to take down these enemies while the gate is still closed. And after we take those 2 down, we are going to shoot the weights, and an enemy with a shield is going to show up. So just going to whip out the shotgun, wait for him to get near us. Also be sure to be wary with this guy because he will toss axes from behind the shield. So be ready for that when he's coming at you. And now we have an archer here. We can actually shoot a lantern that is above her, but she wasn't close enough to it, so I decided against it. And now, instead of going all the way upstairs and jumping down, I'm just going to toss a grenade back here. And we can just run past this area. And now we have another El Gigante to deal with. So he's going to be tossing giant rocks at us. While he's doing that, we need to deal with these enemies. Be sure to have your riot gun ready for these guys. Thankfully, the riot gun is powerful enough to take these guys down very easily. Make sure to be behind cover whenever you hear him starting to yell. Because when he does that, that means he's about to throw something. And getting hit by these is no good. But now what we want to do is snipe the two archers that are back here. We're just going to move over a little bit, zoom in, snipe the first one. If you see one of their arrows coming at you, just move to the right or to the left. You should have more than enough time to dodge it. Then on the right side, we have another one. Blast her in the head as well. And now we can start running forward. So we're just going to hide behind this little wall back here for a moment. Now we are going to jump down, turn directly behind us, and shotgun this guy. And thankfully... no, he did not. So sometimes you can get the El Gigante to hit this guy, but unfortunately it did not happen for me this time. And when I pulled the lever earlier, it was specifically to have this gate open, so I wouldn't have to do more busy work. But now we're just going to unlock this drawer here, and we are going to shoot that counterweight as another Ganado comes down from above us. Going to take her out. Then we are going to head upstairs to shoot another counterweight to bring the cannon up further so that we can shoot El Gigante in the face and be done with this bastard. Let's climb up through here. Don't get too antsy here. Be patient, be patient. And now we are going to turn the cannon toward him, take him out. There are also some more enemies that we want to take out back here. And we also have to destroy the door that's back here additionally. Now that all those guys are taken out, shoot the door, and there we go. That is essentially the end of this mission. Very straightforward, very simple mission to deal with, especially if you take the path that I do and don't dilly-dally too much. Pretty fun mission. Just straightforward, constant action. It's a good time. It's a good time. Okay, so let's go to Chapter 9, which is one of the lengthier chapters in this game, because we have the Hedge maze to deal with, and we have the entirety of the castle. Also, we will not be saving until we do everything in the castle, I believe. Actually, I don't think we're going to be saving until the next chapter, so... So first thing you want to do back here is shoot this first dog as he's creeping around the corner. Thankfully, all of the dog spawns here are consistent every single time. It's not random. So once you know the layout and once you know the spawns, you can consistently go through this area, which is very nice. It's a little similar to the original game where you can pick off the dogs one by one through the hedge maze if you like. However, there is also a way to completely bypass the dogs in the original. If you tilt the camera upward, for some reason the dogs can't actually attack you. So what you want to do is wait for the dog to mash his head against the gate. As soon as he does that, you will be able to hit both of them with one sniper blast. Make sure to aim for his head as well. As soon as you see his head mash against that gate, just shoot. We'll take them both out. It's very satisfying. Down goes this dog. There's another dog back here. We're just going to snipe him really quick. You can take him out with the pistol too, but sometimes the fence gets in the way, so figure sniping would be easier. Did I say sniping? Sniping. Good lord, I cannot talk. Cannot talk today. So, let's get the chessboard here. One of my favorite treasures. And now we need to pull the lever up here. So we need to pull 3 of these in order to exit this area. The reason that I pull this one first is because when you pull the third one, a bunch of enemies spawn and a bunch of dogs will potentially spawn as well. So it's kind of annoying to have them spawn when you're pulling this lever that's back here. So I usually pull the lever that is at the very beginning of the hedge maze last because it's easiest to deal with the enemies from there. in my opinion anyway. So there will be another dog that comes from this part of the maze as well. And we also have some dogs that are behind a cage, so we are going to be using a grenade on them. Let's toss it in this corner here. One of the dogs will more likely than not break out, and we're just going to blast them with the shotgun. You do have to watch out with that particular dog because sometimes he can eat shotgun blasts. Do not rely upon the fact that the shotgun will usually push enemies back. Sometimes that dog will just eat those attacks, so you will have to be ready to either dodge or shoot him again very quickly. He'll usually die by the second shot. I haven't seen him take 3. And now that we're back here, there will be another dog that spawned, so we're just waiting for him to show up. And there he is. Down he goes. So before we go, we just want to break this while we leave Ashley. And of course, as you guys know, if you leave Ashley somewhere, that means that enemies are going to show up and try to take her ass because she is so fine. Can't blame them, can you? Can't really blame them. So now we are going to pull the second lever here. So had we pulled the first one earlier, this would have been all 3 levers, and we would have been in a world of hurt because we would have had way more enemies to deal with through here. But now we have some enemies who spawn from behind this gate. They're all going to go after Ashley. Fortunately, I don't think I do a very good job sniping here, if I remember correctly. So far I'm doing decent, I guess. I guess I didn't do bad. Might have been a different different capture I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah, that might have been the shot I was thinking of, actually. I'm surprised that guy took a shot directly to the head without it at least blowing out. That was kind of crazy. So we're just going to run back here and run toward where Ashley is. These guys need to take her out of the hedge maze in order to make you lose this section. It's not too difficult because they will walk toward the entrance of the hedge maze, so you can just stand at the entrance if you want to and just take them all out that way. It's a very easy way to deal with them. Now what we're going to do is pull this lever. And that is the 3rd flag down, and now the areas, or the door is going to be unlocked. The gate, rather, is going to be unlocked. So we're going to jump down and get the hell out of here. A bunch of dogs have spawned, but we don't have to deal with them. We're just going to run out of here and into the castle. Yeah, I forgot that I did not save again until right before I have to deal with all the Novista doors. So this might be the longest amount of time that we go without saving the game. It might be. I can't remember though. I also decide to go into the night area first because this is the hardest area to deal with in this castle, so definitely want to go down here first if you are using the same exact saves that I am using. Thankfully, our sniper rifle is so powerful that it will take down these knights in 2 shots. Whether or not the Plaga comes out, it's usually 2 shots to take these guys down, so 2 shots straight to the head will take them all out. Once again, it was a great idea to upgrade this sniper rifle like this. Makes these sections a lot easier. And just to reiterate, you have to hit them in the head. If their arm goes up, that does not count. If you hit them in the arm, it doesn't count. It has to be direct headshots. So during this last wave, I usually like to toss a flash grenade because these guys start getting a little too close for comfort. And also right here, I'm waiting to see if Ashley tosses down one of those lanterns, especially since I am out of rifle ammo at the moment. Since I killed the other guy so quickly, she should have some sort of lantern to toss down. For whatever reason, these guys are weak against blue flames. So there we go. Just going to kick that down, and now we are going to shoot him in the head with the shotgun, and that is that section. Very simple to deal with. It's the hardest section in the castle, but it's still simple. The next section would be the hardest if you don't use the little trick that I will be using. Also, I threw all of my weapons into storage because I wanted a higher likelihood of picking up heavy grenades because we will be needing the heavy grenades for the section in the next chapter when we have to take down the 2 Garradors. Using heavy grenades there is very helpful. But unfortunately, I did not pull off the strategy properly. But either way, you guys will understand the strategy at the very least. Actually, I can't really remember how it went, so don't believe what I'm saying. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I have no clue. That was the third of the Chimera heads, or that was the second of the Chimera heads that we just picked up there. We're also going to be getting our weapons back from storage. Going to be selling a bunch of treasures, a bunch of health items as well. And now we are going to be doing these little puzzles God help me. Doing these little puzzles in order to gain some treasures. There's also a crown that we can get, which we will be getting soon, I believe, anyway. I think I do run and get the crown. Oh, not yet? Okay. We will be getting that a little later then. But now, during this section, what you want to do is when you're about halfway across this bridge, you want to toss a flash grenade so that this guy does not pull the lever that drops the bridge. If you do that, then taking down these guys is very simple. Definitely want to take down this red guy as quickly as possible because he is the one who will be trying to erupt all the parasites from the normal enemies' heads. Take him down first, and the rest of this area just becomes very easy. And once again, all the enemies are going to be funneling, or they're going to be funneled down this bridge. So you can just wait on this side of the bridge. And as we move forward a little bit, the enemies will spawn. And we can just take them out from back here very safely. Ashley's behind us too, so nothing too difficult to deal with. But right here, I was a little... I was a little off with my shots there. I will not lie. I was cutting it close with that one. But still worked out in the end, so I knew what would happen. It was all skill. It was all skill right there. No luck at all. Man, I love the firing rate on this gun when it's upgraded. Feels so good to be able to shoot quickly. I know I could have just bought the TMP, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same. So we should have a few more enemies to deal with here, maybe. Or actually, I think this is the last one. No, there's one more. Okay. And there we go. So that is this area. Very, very simple to deal with when you use this strat. Also, Ashley, God help me. He runs into weird spots. So now we're just going to loot the area as usual. Our normal MO in this game. A few treasures back here as well. But now we have all 3 of the heads, so we are going to be going through the Ashley section very soon. Very quick section if you are not getting everything. But even if you are getting everything, it's not too bad. There are also 3 rats in this area that we need to take out. But we can't get the last rat until after the Ashley section. Speaking of which, here we go. So, normally we would have to do a lot of busy work in order to get the code for this clock here. But since I already know the code, we can just switch it to where it needs to be, which is 7 o'clock. Place it there, and this door will open. There is a machine gun that you can get from back here, but... And it's actually worth a decent amount of money too, if you do get it, but... At this point, I was overdoing any of the extra busy work, so... We won't be seeing all the merchant requests, unfortunately. We will still be seeing some here and there, but by and large... We're just moving forward with the rest of the game, because I have essentially all the upgrades that I need to. But we will also be picking up the rocket launcher, because we are going to be using it for the boss of the next chapter. And we will also be using it against Krauser and against the final boss. So we'll be purchasing 3 rocket launchers. Right, so that is the first one we want to pull. Here's the second one. You want to go in a zigzag pattern. Obviously, if these guys get too close to you, use the lantern to freeze them. I'm going to run to this right side. But once again, it's right, left, right, left. So you were... Alright, so there we go. So we're going to freeze all these guys. I was waiting for that guy to get frozen, but for whatever reason, he had invincibility frames or something like that. Either way, that is that little section there. And now we just need to place the lantern back here. We need to go counterclockwise around this area. So we'll place the first one here. Place the second one here. And place the third one on the final pedestal across. Then the gate will open up. And we will be able to escape this section. I once again prefer this section in the original game, but I do enjoy the expansions that they made to this one, though. The original's vibe was a lot creepier, in my opinion. Anyway, let's continue to move forward here. I'm going to crawl under these knights who are all frozen because they moved too close toward the blue flames. So you can technically just run straight through here, but I like to be cautious. Especially during this part. So we're going to run to the left side. Then run around to the right. And we're just going to run straight past this guy. And there we go. There is one more knight that can be a little finicky to deal with, who is on the stairs that we will be going up after we get off this elevator. But no worries. All you need to do when dealing with this guy is just run directly past him. So, just going to stick to this corner, then just run around him. And there you go. Very, very simple. You can also wait for him, like bait him down on the bottom floor. Use the pillar that's down there and try to bait him around. But I actually find that to be more annoying. I think it's just far easier to just run past a guy. So there are some more knights back here. You just run directly past them. Now we're going to run upstairs, and we need to place the emblem on the door so that we can get the hell out of here finally. And once again, we are going to be separated from Ashley. And there we are. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, that is the end of Chapter 9, one of the longer chapters in the game. And this is one of the longer gauntlets that I had to deal with because I did both Chapter 8 and 9 without saving. And we will now be saving at the beginning of Chapter 10, but I think we're going to do a few things before we save. First thing we want to do is get that final rat that is back here. So we're just going to crawl down here, and there it is. Now we can get the hell out of here. We're also going to open this door and kill the first two Novistadors that are back here. Man, do I hate these fucking enemies. And I hate this next area. This is one of my most hated chapters in this game. I think this is the chapter that I hate the most. I think it is. I really detest this chapter. So we are going to use this little cart here to go back here and pick up the crown, which is worth a hell of a lot of money. And we are going to be using that crown to buy the rocket launcher. We're going to place a bunch of treasures into it. Place a bunch of treasures into the chalice as well. And now we are going to sell a bunch of treasures. We are going to have a lot of money. And we are going to pick up the rocket launcher. I think I am. Did I pick it up? I don't remember if I did. Huh. Or maybe I'll pick it up later. Who knows? Either way, I will be picking it up. So once again, this is one of the most annoying areas. Actually, this is the most annoying area in this entire game. It's by far the most annoying part. It can be a little random. These Novistadors are very glitchy with the way that they work sometimes. But I'm going to show you guys a consistent strategy to use. However, it's one of the most dangerous ones because I'm going to be aggroing all of the Novis at the same time and then slowly picking off the extra waves that spawn afterward. You do need to be pretty skilled at the game in order to use this strategy, but at the same time, it's a very safe strategy. So it works for me, and that's all that really matters, I suppose. But first things first, what we want to do when we come up here, is snipe all the Novis from across. So there's one there. There's one over here behind the railing. There's another one over here, and there's another one chilling up here, which can be kind of difficult to see. Now that we've taken all of them out, we're going to take this guy out. And now a bunch of Novis are going to spawn. We're going to whip out a flash grenade, toss it. And now we're going to shoot any Novis that fall down in front of us. Now we're just going to chill in this area, looking back and forth. And any Novis that get near us, we are either going to counter if they get a little too close, if they're going to try to swing at us. Or we are going to shoot them with the shotgun, shoot them with the pistol. As I said, this is not the safest strategy out there, but it's the one that I like to use the most. And I think it's one of the quicker ones that you can use as well. But you do have to be kind of skilled to do this strategy. If you guys want to, there's a few tether points for the Novis. If you use the door that we just came in earlier, if you keep running back and forth between that door and this room, the Novis will be unalerted to your presence, so you can use that as a tether point if you want to. Also, during this section, all the Novis will be coming down in front of you. And this should be all of this wave. I think that one of them might still be alive. If not, that is the end of this wave. So the next wave is going to show up once we start going down the stairs. I like to take off my scope for this little section. I just find it easier to take these guys down when the scope is off. Probably doesn't make sense. Probably all in my head, but whatever. It works for me here, so I will continue to use this strategy. As we're going down the stairs, two Novis are going to spawn from back here. I'm going to try to take them both out. Missed that one shot, but I should get them with that one. And now we are going to run near this door. This door is also another tether point that you can use against the Novis. If you just stand right next to the door. But I am standing on the stairs, so I'm not really using the tether point at this point. I'm just trying to stay back so I don't get damaged. And right now I'm just looking around to see where they are. Just running around a little bit, see if there's any stragglers that we missed. We're going to unlock this door as well. And there's one on the left side, which I was not expecting at this point. Either way, I figured, you know what, if he's coming from here, may as well take him out. Right here, I'm just waiting for him to show up. I don't know what's taking so long. And there we go. That's that Novi. Usually he shows up a little later. He usually shows up when you go near that vase and break it, but I don't know why he spawned earlier. As I said, this area can be a little finicky. Sometimes the spawns are just weird. So now we're just going to pick up a few items. And we have a few more Novis to take out. I was figuring out, like, should I go to the right side or the left side first? Because that guy from the left side doesn't usually show up this early. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go to the right side like I usually do. Stick with the normal plan, despite the fact that things are a little weird at the moment. So there's one Novi. There was one Novi hiding on the right side that I just shot, and then this one. Now, as we're back here, there should be 2 or 3 Novis that will pop up from back here. You need to watch out for the right side. That hole on the right side, one of them should be spawning there, and there he is. Be ready for that one. And these should be the last 2 that spawn from back here. There we go. Pretty sure that's it. Once again, I'm being very cautious. Because every so often, something weird happens here. Something random, and we're just trying to be ready for anything. We're just going to run back here, break this little vase, try to pick up any items that were left by the Novis doors. And we are going to pick up any other items that are just laying around. I think this particular treasure might be a DLC one. Cannot remember at the moment if it was. So now we're finally going to be going back here. There is a Novi on the ceiling. To shoot his ass down. And now, once we go near this ladder, 2 more Novis are going to show up. One from this hole over here and one from right above us. So I'm going to shoot him. I'm just going to run back. I could have taken down the other guy, but I was still a little iffy about the spawns here. so I decided to run this way. And I think that was definitely the better plan. We're just we're gonna chill back here, taking these guys out. And now that we got near that ladder, there should be another Novi who is camouflaged up above. So we are going to place our scope back on the rifle and just shoot him from back here. And down he goes. We're almost done with this area, which is very good. Take all our items as well. And now we are going to be heading up the ladder back here. And as we go up here, another Novi is going to spawn. Before we do that, of course, let's just loot some treasure. And now let's head up the ladder back here. Once again, taking the scope off of the rifle, because I just find it easier to take out the Novis like this. As I said before, I think it's probably in my head, but whatever. Whatever works. So now we're going to be pulling the first lever here. There are 2 levers to pull, which will open both gates. And we only have a few more Novis to deal with. And actually, we could potentially avoid 2 of these guys completely, but I decided to take them out just in case. Just in case, I just decided to do so because I did not want to risk anything. So let's go back here, break this box. As we're moving forward, we're going to go back here, and 2 Novis are going to spawn back here. So, 1 more, and that should be all the Novista doors in this area. So once again, you could have bypassed these guys by just not going back here. But I just did not trust doing that because I was like, you know, I might run past, but if I do, maybe something weird will happen and they'll spawn somewhere else. So you know what? Fuck it. I'll just take them out right there. So now that we've done this, we are going to run back to the merchant. And we are going to pick up the rocket launcher, and we are going to save our game. Let's go do this really quick. Also, be sure to make the large hand grenades. Also pick up the recipe for the large hand grenades. You're going to need about 3 or 4 of them in order to deal with the 2 Garradors in the next area. Oh no, wait, I pick up the rocket launcher right before the boss. That's what it was. Okay. You don't have to pick it up just yet. So now, we're going to be running back here. And this is the dreaded room with the 2... I was going to say Novista doors. The Garradors. So first thing you're going to want to do is toss the flash grenade back here. Then we want to shoot the bell. Well, we want to toss the flash grenade, shoot at the first Garrador, and then shoot at the bell. They should both go back here, and we are going to bomb them. So usually they'd be closer clustered together, but unfortunately for me, they were not that close to each other. So I just tossed a few more grenades, and I decided, you know what, I should just snipe them. Had they been closer together, I would have taken them both out a lot quicker than this, but fortunately I had to use my rifle, but either way it worked out for me, so. But usually after you shoot that bell, they're both right next to each other, so you can just use 3 of the large grenades, and then you can use 1 small one. It'll take them both out, but sadly I was not able to do that. Can't show you guys the coolest way to do this, but still I did a pretty decent job in my opinion. So anyway, we're just going to take down the stragglers. A few more enemies to take out here. For whatever reason, the guy that was following me on the right side was just chilling back there. I was like, where the hell is this dude at? Did he die? But I feel like I hear something. And he's just chilling out. Like, I was like, why the fuck is this guy just back here doing nothing? So, decided to go back here and just take his ass out. And that is all the enemies in this area. This is probably, I think, these 2 sections are the hardest sections in this entire game. If you can do these 2 sections, you are good for the entire game. There's nothing up ahead that is going to be much more difficult than that. Actually, there's nothing up ahead that's going to be more difficult than that. Game is kind of smooth sailing after that part. So dealing with all those bugs and then those 2 Garradors, you are good for the rest of the game, in my opinion. You definitely want to be careful when you're down here, though. I don't remember. I fast-forwarded all this? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, whatever. So, when you're going down here, you're going to want to walk slowly because these guys can be very iffy with the way that they work. So, you want to slowly walk forward. When you see the green, just shoot. And make sure not to move forward until you see them die, until you see their death animation. If you don't see their death animation, do not move forward. Do not move forward because they can potentially be playing dead, and if you run into them, they will jump on you and they will do a lot of damage. So now what we're going to do is go to the merchant and finally pick up the rocket launcher. So surprised that I fast forwarded all that. That was definitely not a good idea. Well, you guys understand how that section goes. If you want to, you can slow it down. Slow it down to like 0.5 speed or something like that. When do I undo the fast forward? Like, what was it? What was going through my head when I edited this section, dude? I don't know what the hell was going on. I mean, I don't really have to, like, I would have fast forwarded these parts. Okay, okay. Jesus Christ. That was crazy. Okay. So now we have the boss of this section. Salazar's right arm that comes off. Your right arm comes off. So we're going to run back here, pull the lever. And then as we're going back here, we're going to veer left for a split moment. Once you hear that, that means he is in the room. So as we're running around here, we're going to hit this button. We're going to run to the back of the door, or the back of the room where we pull the lever. Once he gets frozen, shoot the rocket launcher, and that is the end of Salazar's right arm. And we'll also get the golden monocle for doing all that, which is very awesome. So, good times, good times. There's actually a pretty good strategy to take that guy down with the Magnum, which I might show you guys in my potentially next walkthrough, whenever the hell that is. But for now, we'll just fall back on the rocket launchers. So we have another crown here as well, which is great. We got that from the underground section. And that was the end of chapter 10. So on to chapter 11. I don't know what the hell's going on with the editing. I need to calm down with the fast forwarding, bro. I need to calm down with this. So something else that you definitely want to do. Oh, also I picked up the exclusive ticket so I could upgrade my pistol. My pistol's power, I think yeah, that's the 1.5 times power. I was getting that confused. Oh no, not for the pistol, for the shotgun. Also, we're saving after we do what we need to do at the merchant. Alright, so now we're going to slow things down again. Jeez, man. I'm going crazy with the editing right now. I really don't remember just fast forwarding through that entire underground section. It's not too bad. Anyway, so now that we're down here, we're going to be using a bit of a hectic strategy. So we're going to run back here, toss a flash grenade into this room so that we can pull this lever while this chainsaw sister is in front of us. And we're going to run outside. Shoot this. Also, before we came in here, you guys might have noticed that I shot a guy with TNT. Make sure that you shoot that guy before you come out here, because if you don't do so, he can potentially just toss the TNT at you as you're leaving that room, which will be no bueno. So now, as we're waiting for the elevator to come down, we are going to hold off these enemies. And now that the gate is open, we're going to run back here, shoot these two guys. Sometimes that guy just avoids damage completely. I don't know why. Equip a flash grenade while you pick up the dynamite. Turn around, toss the flash grenade outside so that you can stun all the enemies that are following you. We're going to pick up as much as we can, and we are going to get the hell out of this section. This is definitely a hectic strategy, but it is a pretty fun one too, in my opinion. It's definitely a fun strategy to use. So now that we are out of here, we are going to make another heavy grenade, because we need 5 heavy grenades in order to take down the armored El Gigante that we're going to be taking out very soon. One of them we are going to be killing normally, and the other one we are going to be killing with grenades. We're going to kill him before Lewis gets to us. So first thing you want to do is shoot this El Gigante 2 or 3 times so that the parasite shows up. Once the parasite shows up, we're going to toss a grenade behind him. that will automatically stun him. He will fall over. Once he falls over, we're going to shoot at the parasite many times as possible. And down he goes. So now that he is done for, we're going to wait for a good moment to start tossing grenades at this guy. We're going to toss a normal hand grenade, and now we are going to start tossing heavy grenades directly at his head. Make sure to aim directly at his face, and the grenade will fall down. As it's falling down, rolling down his face, it will blow up, and after you throw the 5th one, it will take him out. And that is the end of the El Gigante section, the double El Gigante section. We killed him before Lewis got here, and Lewis will comment about it. I will say I also hate this version of Lewis, but I fucking hate this guy. Like, I hate the way he looks. I hate his voice. Just hate everything about him. OG Lewis was such a suave badass, and this guy, I don't know, man. I gotta stop. Okay, so as I told you guys before, the previous chapter and this chapter are probably my least favorite chapters in this game. And the reason that I detest this chapter is this section in particular. I fucking hate this section. I much preferred this section in the original Resident Evil 4 because you could actually maneuver around the minecarts. It was way cooler. You had a bunch of enemies just showing up around you. It was just so much fun. But this one, they just give you this weird shooting gallery minigame, which is just a massive pain in the ass. And on top of that, they give you the Red 9, which is essentially the worst gun for this. I wouldn't mind it as much if they gave you like a laser dot sight gun, but give you the fucking Red 9 here, like really, bro? Like, seriously? If this was OG Red 9, I would have been happy, but anyway. So as we're going through here, we're going to shoot any of the enemies that show up. You do need to watch out, because as soon as their weapon, well, as soon as a certain period of time passes, the shot that they shoot at you is guaranteed to hit you unless you shoot directly at the arrow. It is possible to shoot the arrows out of the air. It is not something that you can rely upon, but it is possible. However, you do want to shoot them before they are actually able to shoot at you. This first section is not too bad. So we just have a little more to go. For these two guys, you can just wait for them to get near the explosive barrel and just blow them up. Should be 2 more guys on the left side. And now there's another explosive barrel up there. I think some more guys are going to spawn on the left once again. Oh, on the right side. And then there's a guy right here with TNT. Fortunately, I did not shoot the TNT. Then there's a guy on the left side. There we go. I do believe we might have to shoot something up ahead of us, maybe. Alright, so those guys have explosive barrels inside of their minecart, which was not the best idea. So there's a little more in this first section. We're almost done for the first half of this. Second half is a little more hectic, but I kind of find the second half to be a little easier than that section too. Kind of get annoyed with this first half, but anyway. Now we're going to be moving forward here. There's also a save area here on professional difficulty that is not here on the other difficulties, so if you're not trying to get an S+, this would be a good time to save. So now there are 3 enemies back here. We're going to snipe this first one. Once we snipe him, another enemy is going to show up from this room. We're going to blast him with the riot gun. Usually he dies from that riot gun shot, but he just decided to super armor it a little bit. And now there's another enemy in here with TNT. Shoot the TNT, and that is all the enemies back here. Very good stuff. So now we just have to do the second half of the minecart, which I'm not looking forward to doing. Man, am I so glad that I'm done with this. I really do hate these 2 missions. There's aspects of these missions I really like, but these particular sections are the worst. I mean, this section's not that bad, but I have to do it no damage every time I go through this. It's kind of annoying. So we want to focus on the guys on the right side when we first come down here. Don't worry about the chainsaw guy at the moment. Also, these are the hardest guys, I think, to hit in this entire chapter, despite the fact that, during this entire sequence, despite the fact that I made it look easy there. Those guys, I think, are by far the hardest enemies to hit through here. now we're just going to move forward a little more. Also, you need to watch out when you are on the train tracks, when you are going through these very tight turns, because you can fall off the tracks if you are not holding in one direction or the other. You can also shoot the explosive barrel up here. If you shoot this, you will actually damage the chainsaw guy, but we're not going to be taking him out during this section. I don't really give a shit about him. I'm just trying to get through this. I don't care about killing all the enemies. I just want to no damage it. My only goal here is no damage. I don't really give a shit about killing everybody. So, the chainsaw guy is going to be through here. As soon as he starts swinging at you, just shoot him once. And now we're going to turn to the right. And there are a few more enemies to deal with. So, there are 3 guys through here. We're going to take them all out. And then we need to deal with the chainsaw guy again. Once again, we will stun him in the same way that we did previously. So, as soon as he's about to swing, shoot him once. And now there are a few more enemies to deal with. Just shoot these 2 on the bottom. And once you shoot those 2, you are home free. These 2 guys that show up on the top of the tracks can't actually hit you throughout that section. And now every time this guy is going to swing at you, just shoot him. We'll stun him every single time. And there we go. That is essentially the end of this entire section. We do have one more sign to hit up ahead, which will shift the tracks over. There we go. That is the end of the minecart section. As I said before, not a big fan of this in this game, but it is what it is, you know. It's just something that you got to deal with. Now we have to deal with some more novice doors as soon as we come down here. We have their giant nest that is right above us. So what I'm doing right here is just making sure to activate that bridge being broken, because one time when I was doing this, I was fighting the novice doors and I pulled back here and Leon got stunned by that animation right there. And then novice door got way too close to me for comfort. I didn't get damaged, but it was just way too close for comfort. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to hit that animation first before I do anything. So we're going to destroy all the entrances of this giant nest that's back here. The novies will be slowly spawning out of here too. There are 3 that we can hit from this particular area, and then the last one that we have to hit will have to be a little further into the cave. We can't see it from here, unfortunately. So that's 3 of 4. And that will also limit the number of novies that will be coming at us, which is very nice. Let's just jump all the way down here. We're just going to continuously look around as well to make sure that no novies are coming at us. Once you see one flying at you, just shoot it with the pistol. Once they fall into that abyss, they will not come back up. There is a kill plane down there, so. It's very nice, very nice. Overall, this particular section is not the worst. It's not too bad. There's another Novi spawning from up there, so we're going to take him out once again. These are the ones that are the most dangerous in this section. Those random spawns that continuously funnel through here. So now we have a few items to pick up. And once again, another Novi spawned. As I said, definitely really need to watch out for these guys. Right here I was contemplating, should I even get those treasures? Like, what should I do here? And I was like, you know what? I should just run forward. Did I forget to pick up that yellow herb? Did I not pick that up? If I did not pick that up, that was a massive mistake. So once again, this was one of the Novis that spawned from the nest. Trying to get the drop in on us, but fortunately for him, I got the drop in on him instead. So I'm just making sure there's no Novi near me before I actually decide to shoot at the nest. We can see the last piece of the nest that we can shoot down from back here. Something you also should keep in mind is that when you toss flash grenades, these guys get stunned for quite a while. It's a very long time that they stay stunned. It's very nice as well. And there is the final one that we need to destroy. Now we will not have to deal with as many of these Novies. There's one right here on this wall. I'm just making sure there's no other Novies flying at me or anything, because I don't want to get damaged at this point, because I don't feel like redoing this mission. Alright, so there's a little more to deal with before we are out of here. I wonder if I did go back and get that yellow herb. I don't think I did. That is very surprising that I ran by that. Very unfortunate. That's $10,000 that I lost out on there. Unfortunate. There's another Novi back here. There's also some items over here as well that we can get. Let's pick these babies up. And now, let us run back here, shoot this explosive barrel, kill another Novi. And once again, some more treasures that we can get, or some more boxes that we can break back here. And there is a treasure in this cave. Something else that really annoys me about this game is that you can't turn on and off the flashlight yourself. You have to wait for Leon to do it. And you can wait a pretty decent amount of time before he actually turns it on, as you just saw there. Just running into pitch blackness, that's always great. Something that they definitely improved in Resident Evil 9. What a revelation, being able to turn on the goddamn flashlight, you know? Ridiculous. So once you move forward a little bit here, some more Novies will spawn. I'm just waiting for him to show up. There we go. Let's just shoot that guy down before he tried anything crazy. Now I'm going to toss a flash grenade just in case of anything. And just blowing that up too, just in case of anything. Don't want any of these things to get to jump in on me. Alright, so there should be one knocked over back here as well. There he is. I could have swore there was one right there, but I think I was mistaken. Wait, I was just aimed at it, and I think I aimed in the wrong spot. Did I? Not sure. These things actually camouflage pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. They're very well camouflaged back here. Yeah, there it is. I was aimed directly at it a second ago. And that is all the Novistadors. We are done with these bastards. For the most part. We'll still have to deal with them a little later in the campaign. Actually, in the next mission, we will have to deal with them. So now, what we are going to be doing is selling a few things to the merchant. And we are also going to be increasing the power of our knife all the way, I believe. Well, let's get to doing that. And then we will have the Krauser boss battle. Which is not very difficult. At least not this one. Actually, neither of the Krausers are that difficult. As long as you're using the rocket launcher for the second one. The second one can be annoying without the rocket launcher. But also, we saved right after we did all that. So now, as soon as we see Krauser, we're going to swing at him. We're going to counter him. Then we're going to go around this corner. And we are going to slowly poke at him as he slowly walks toward us. We're not just going to swing wildly at him. We're just going to slowly wait for him to come near us. And we are just going to continuously poke him. And whenever he gets stunned, we are going to kick him in the face. So, let's keep going around this corner. After the third time doing that, he will usually try to do a counterattack on you that you have to evade. But that is that section. And that is that mission. We're finally done with the most difficult missions in the game. After you do those two missions, you are pretty much home free for the rest of the game, in my opinion anyway. So now we are moving on to Chapter 12, which is a decently fun mission. And we also have the Salazar boss battle at the very end of this chapter, which is one of the worst boss battles in the entirety of this series' history. However, the nice thing about the boss battle is that you can circumvent it completely by using a golden egg, or 2 golden eggs if you held the golden egg from earlier. We're just going to use 1 golden egg and we are going to snipe him to death. The reason we're going back here is so that we can pick up that very golden egg I was just talking about. There are a few enemies in here. There are also a bunch of Type 3 plagas running around as well. Once again, they can be taken down with a flash grenade. I'm going to do one of the most epic dodges you guys have ever seen in your life. So I'm going to run in here, start shooting this dude. And here comes the dodge. Wait. Here, yeah, there it goes. Most epic dodge in history right there. I was very satisfied with that one. It just looked so cool. Looked so cool. Pat myself on the back for that. But that is that room. So, main threat in there are the Type 3 plagas. As I said before, those things can be very difficult to deal with if you don't know what you're doing. And they are very shifty. So there is the golden egg I was talking about before. And now we're going to wait for one of these chickens to lay an egg. We're going to pick it up. And we are going to toss it at this picture of Salazar to complete a merchant request. And now what we are going to be doing is going across the way so that we can go do that elevator section. Oh yeah, also the Novis are in here as well. They respawn. Well, they didn't really respawn. This is a different spawn. So when you're coming back here, there will be one in the middle and there will be one on the right side over here. There are some upstairs as well, but we're not going to deal with any of those guys. I'm just going to leave. So let's get out of here. And we are going across the way to this clock tower, which should have been in Resident Evil 3 Remake, but whatever. So now we have a massive group of enemies to deal with. This is one of the more fun sections in this game. So first thing you want to do is hide behind this wall and wait for each of the enemies to come around it and blast them with the riot gun. There should be 4 or 5 enemies that show up here. One will have a shield, of course. But at this point, your riot gun should be sufficiently powerful. Let's just keep taking these down. I think this is the last one. And then now we need to deal with the archer that's right above us. So you can just pull back here and try to shoot him. Here we go. There's also a treasure down here that we can get. We're going to break these boxes as well. Forgot what this treasure was actually. Oh, gold bar. Okay. Whatever works. But now we are going to start heading upstairs. You do need to be careful because one of the enemies will start tossing boulders down at you. But that's not going to be for a little bit. Also, as you're going up here, there's an explosive barrel on the back of this giant Salazar statue. So you want to blow that up because if you don't, then it's going to start breathing fire and you'll have to dodge the fire through here. You can actually use that fire to take down a bunch of enemies too if you'd like. But I decided against it. Not the biggest fan of it. I don't know why I'm taking so long going through here. There are 2 enemies on the right side, I believe. There's that one, but I decided to go over here and take this guy out first. Actually, that's a female Ganado. I didn't mean to misgender you. Alright, now we're going to take this guy out. And there's also a treasure hanging over here. Let's shoot that down. And now we can start getting out of here. Also, another Ganado is going to spawn from behind us as soon as we move past here. I don't know what I was thinking with that first shot. So at the very end of this section, we have the elevator sequence, which is also another pretty fun sequence to go through. Oh, also forgot to mention, we are not going to be saving for kind of a while. Not until maybe 65-70% into the next mission. So get ready for a long-ass gauntlet to go through. This is probably the second longest gauntlet that we go through for saving. Alright, so we're going to start moving forward. Break this box here. There should be, I think, 2 more Ganados up here. There we go. Gotta watch out for these guys because they get a speed boost when they run off the edge of that little platform there. I don't know what the hell causes that, but it's pretty funny. One time I had them just floating toward me. That was actually kind of disturbing. That was the most scared I've ever been playing this game. So now we're gonna toss a nade up here to get these 2 enemies activated so that they'll come down here. We can more easily deal with them. You don't have to do that, but I think it's a good idea. We'll have less enemies to deal with as we move up because there is an archer up where those 2 enemies were. Damn, that guy just got obliterated. Jesus. And there we go. Suppose he took so much damage from the grenade that He just fell apart as soon as I shot the shotgun. So now let's shoot this guy in the head. And once we move a little forward here, one of the enemies upstairs is going to start throwing those boulders down the stairs. Should get a cutscene, and there it is. And we want to run into this area over here to avoid those. You can actually shoot this female ganado into those, but this time around it was not working out that well for me, so you definitely want to use the pistol here too, unless, I mean, you can also use the rifle if you'd like, but there's no need to actually waste rifle ammo on this female ganado. It's very easy to dodge the arrows that she shoots, especially with the bars in the way. And now we are going to shoot this guy so that we can go up there without getting smashed. And there we go. Good stuff. So now let's go loot the area. Once we come up here, we want to pull this lever 3 times so that we can kill all these ganados. And as they're getting smashed, we can go around here looting once again. And before we activate the platform, we want to go down here, pick up everything they dropped, and then we want to pull the lever one last time. So pull it here, jump down, then pull this lever. If you do that, it will smash the red ganado. Red robe ganado will be smashed, so you don't have to deal with him. And now we're just gonna wait around looking for enemies. This section is not too bad. Once again, I find the original to be a lot more intense than this one was. This one is actually kind of chill. So, a bunch more enemies are going to come to the edge here. Once they do, just shoot the explosive barrel. And here's another enemy that we are going to shoot the barrel to kill. If you see any enemies just waiting like that, just take them out, because they are about to jump onto the platform. Obviously, the priorities here are going to be the archers and also the red robe ganados, which we already took one out earlier, and there's one more to deal with, which I should be seeing very soon. There he is. So we're going to shoot him in the head twice, and down he goes. Actually, I think he might have died from the first shot, but I couldn't tell from here. And now there is one more archer who will be showing up very soon. Also, enemies will be jumping from the top, so be sure to keep your eyes upward as you're moving around here. Obviously, you want to check around as well. So I think, there's the archer, so we're going to take her out. And that is essentially all the threats that we have to deal with here. For now, we are at the home stretch. Not much more to deal with. There will be a few ganados climbing up the ladder over here. You can shoot them down if you'd like. But we're just about at the top. And now we can get the hell out of here. Just leave these guys behind. So, that's a pretty fun section, I'm not gonna lie. Very, very fun section in this clock tower. So as we go back here, there will be some archers on the platform across from us. So let's get some headshots on them. Fortunately, this particular enemy was being kind of a bitch. And now we are going to jump down. There's a few treasures that we want to pick up in this area. So let's shoot that one down. And we will be going up here as well to pick up those items. Once we go across these platforms, another archer will spawn near where we killed the other ones. We're going to walk across here, shoot her up. And now we are going to start looting. Our favorite pastime in between battles, just looting. So, I was going to make a joke about that, but nope. No siree, not on YouTube, not on YouTube. So now, make sure to get your golden egg ready here. So, we're going to run forward. We're going to toss the egg at Salazar's head. Once he falls over, just unload your rifle onto him. Shoot directly at his head, and he will die in a few shots. And there we go. Definitely one of the worst battles in the history of the Resident Evil franchise. The The worst battle in the entirety of this series is Final Nemesis on Resident Evil 3 Remake. That battle is fucking garbage. But I think this one might be the second worst. I absolutely hate that boss battle. And it just looks weird too. It looks glitchy. Looks like he's floating around. It's odd. Original Salazar was way better. But once again, I said earlier I would not compare this game much to the old one, but I'm constantly doing that throughout this playthrough. I gotta stop it. Okay, so that was chapter 12. Another one of my favorite missions in this game. And actually, these next few chapters are some of my favorites as well. I have a very good time going through these. I don't know why, but I just really like this section in this version of the game. I'm not too big of a fan of the village in this game, though. But these later sections I like a lot better than the village. Once we get to the castle, I'm having a way better time with this game. So, first things first, you want to snipe those two enemies that I just killed off. You will also want to shoot the spotlight up here. There might be an enemy who comes around that corner. If you see him, be sure to snipe him in the head too. But if you don't, then just aim at the spotlight here and shoot it down. Now we are going to move forward. I'm not sure if I get the attaché case here. So at this point we can get the largest attaché case, but I don't think I quite get it just yet. I think I might get it at the beginning of the next mission. But if you have enough money, you can definitely pick that up. We are going to be selling all our treasures once again. Obviously, sell all of your healing items, especially the mixed herbs. Oh, so I didn't even buy anything at this point. I don't know why I didn't do that. Who knows? I have no idea what was going on. I was just focused. I was just in the gamer zone at this point. Wasn't focused on buying anything. So, as long as you snipe these guys from all the way back here, you will not alert them. As long as they don't see you, so you can just chill back here sniping them. There should be 3 enemies left, so we're going to kill this one. Then we're going to try to take this guy out. I think he plaga'd. So once we see the plaga, we're going to shoot that one. And there should be one more guy with a Molotov walking around that shows up. Let's see. There he is. We're going to move forward a little bit. Just blast him in the face. And there we go. Don't think this guy plagas. Just making sure, though. So, that is this section. Done stealthily, but not very stealthily at the same time. So, as we're going through here, we're going to jump down. There is a treasure in this corner. And also, we need to spin around these turret guns so that we can get the hell out of this area. So you want to hit the first one that was up on the rooftop. And then we're going to hit this one. Now we will be able to escape this area. Also, make sure to have some flash grenades ready. You can use a flash grenade here, but I ended up using a hand grenade. So, toss the hand grenade here, knock these guys over. It would be better to just use a flash, though. As this guy's running by you, you could just move to the left of him and he'll run right past you. I don't really that guy is just heavily scripted as he's running across that bridge. So, he won't pay attention to you if you just run by him. Now that we are up here, we're going to go behind this guy, stab him in the back. And there are 2 more enemies that we want to stealth kill before we get out of here. Thankfully, I did not use the flash grenade because I ended up using 3 flash grenades. You only need 2 flash grenades here, but I was being very cautious when I was going through here, so ended up using 3. So, stealth kill that guy. There is another guy around this corner who is staring at a treasure from behind here. We are not going to get that treasure because if we do, we will alert all the enemies in this area. And I don't really care about the treasures anymore. I have more than enough money to get what I need. So, right now we are moving forward. This guy with the rocket launcher is going to show up. So we're going to run to the right side. When a bunch of enemies spawn, we are going to toss a flash grenade across here. We're going to run by these guys, toss another flash grenade. I should not have kicked those guys. That wasted time. And honestly, I didn't need to toss that third one, but I was just being extra cautious. And now we can just run through this door, and that is that area. So back here, there is a guy with a rocket launcher, so you want to snipe him first. And the reason that we want to kill these guys in particular is because there is another crown down here. I think it's the final crown that you can find in the game. There are 3 of them. Each of them, when you place enough gems into them will be worth $100,000 each. Definitely pick up every single one of these because we will be able to get a hefty number of upgrades by doing so. So there's a few more enemies back here. One of them also had a bow, so you definitely want to prioritize that one first. This guy with the bat can be a little spongy, but not too bad. And I don't know how the hell I missed those few shots. I was like, you know what, fuck it. Just switch to the shotgun. I don't know what's going on right now. So now we are going to go down here to pick up the crown. And there's also a few treasures that we can get from back here too.
Need to find another way.
And the crown is over here in this box. Here we go. Elegant crown. Let's go, baby. I don't have enough gems right now to place into it, but I will eventually have enough. And we will be selling that baby. And getting a few items as well. I think, actually, I'm not sure if I get the yeah, I think I get the rocket launcher a little later in this level. The rocket launcher as well as the increased attaché case. Or the larger attaché case. We are going to need a flash grenade as we're moving forward as well. You don't really need it, but for the strat that I'm using here, I'm just going to use it. I'm actually surprised I didn't fast forward all this, considering how fast forward happy I was earlier. Jeez. So we're gonna go up the stairs over here, alert this guy, and we are going to wait for these guys to run into the trip mine that's right in front of us. There that goes. And now we are just going to take out the two who are left. If you are lucky, sometimes you can get all three of them to just explode right there. Always satisfying. So now let's go into this room. We can open these two lockers. Usually there will be some sort of shotgun ammo in one of those lockers, but those are not static drops, unfortunately. So now we are going to make our way out of here now that the door is unlocked. There is a treasure box back, or not a treasure box, there's an item box back here that we can break. And now we are going to jump down and we need to get ready to start running. Because we are going to be using a flash grenade against the Enforcer Ganado. And there's also just a normal Ganado chilling down here too. Once again, you don't have to do this. You can actually kill these guys pretty easily, especially with the upgraded rifle. But I wanted to save some ammo from my rifle, because we are going to be fighting Regenerators in a little bit. So we are going to run through this area as well. There is a Ganado back here. We will just shotgun him, if we can aim properly anyway. And now we are going to run through here. This guy is scripted when he first comes into the door, so you can just run directly around him. And just move on with your life. As I said earlier in this walkthrough, during these later stages, I'm going to be doing a lot of running through areas. Not 100% of the time, but every so often when I just don't feel like, especially this mission, this particular chapter, I like to run through a lot of these encounters. And I was also running out of time because, as I said earlier in this video, I have to beat this game in 5.5 hours, and I was dilly-dallying a little too much in certain areas. So right now I'm just trying to make sure that I make it within the time limit, which I did end up making it by like around 8 minutes. I think I got like a 5:20 something. So now we are going to upgrade the pistol all the way, besides the exclusive. And we also picked up the brand new attaché case. Or no, we did not pick that up. I think we're going to be picking up the rocket launcher after we deal with these regenerators. So the first thing you want to do is run back here, because there is a lever that we can pull to activate the power. Let's do that, and we are going to pull this over here to open this gate. We're going to run into this room. There are a few items in here. And now we need to go to the console that's over here to unlock this door. The code is 322. And then we hit enter. And the door will unlock. Here we go. So there's a key card in here that we need to use in order to gain access to certain doors. The level 1 key card, we need to upgrade it to level 2, then level 3. Now we are going to see the Regenerator for the first time. We want to shoot him in the legs there. For some reason, I shot him in the hand. That wasn't the best idea. Because since I shot him in the hand, he is going to catch up to me very quickly right here. But I should have shot him in the leg. You can actually counter those moves when he swings at you, so it's not too big of a deal. They're actually kind of easy to counter, I'm not going to lie. Once you pull that lever once again, we're going to run in this direction, and another Regenerator is going to show up in this room. However, before we do that, we want to go to this console, and the solution here is 3133. If we do this, we will pick up a machine gun, and we will be selling it to the merchant. We will be using it for a split second as well, just to conserve on ammo. We get the LE5. Pretty cool weapon. But unfortunately, a weapon we will not be using. I think next time I do a walkthrough of this, I'm going to use the more unorthodox weapons. So once we place the key card in there to go up to level 2, another Regenerator is going to spawn back here. So we're going to wait for him to get near us, shoot him in the leg, then run out of here. Then we are going to switch to the LE5 as we run back here. The other Regenerator should be on the right side somewhere. We're just going to run back here and chill for a little bit as this Regenerator comes at us. And once he starts coming at us, we're going to aim for his leg and just unload the rest of the mag that's inside of the LE5 into it. To do that, his leg breaks off. Now we're just going to run into that room once again. The key card should be done. So let's run in here. There we go. It's done processing, so let's turn around here. Once again, the Regenerator might show up right here, so we're going to wait a few moments, shoot him in the leg again, and move forward. Thankfully, the other Regenerator is not in our path. Sometimes he will be through here. If he is, just run into him, shoot him in the leg, then run out of there. Now we are going to run back here, and we are going to pick up the rocket launcher. I suppose I just wanted to get those before I actually purchased the rocket launcher. Go toward it, pick this baby up, and now we will be putting it into the storage. Because we don't need it right now. We will be needing that for the very end of the next mission. Oh, also, before we started this Regenerator section, I did save. Man, I have not been doing a good job of telling you guys when I saved. Jeez. Yes, we did save right before this Regenerator section. So we started from the fight with Krauser all the way to that Regenerator section. Then the next save we will be doing is right before the next Krauser boss battle. So got quite a ways to go before we get there. So as we go through here, we are going to stealth kill these guys, because we just want to conserve our ammo. No need to take these guys down the normal way, because some of them can plaga. If you have a lot of resources, I suppose you can just take them down however you'd like. But I would suggest just stealth killing these guys. They're not worth the ammo. And now we will loot the area. A few items to get back here, and of course an item box right there. There's also a yellow herb, which you definitely want to pick up. Don't miss one like I did in one of the previous missions. That was very unfortunate. I could have swore I picked that one up, though. I think I was mashing the X button there, but the way things work in this game, you need to be pointed directly at items, despite the fact that you do get the button prompt. Just because you have a button prompt doesn't mean the character will actually enact the behavior that you want them to enact. It's very weird the way it works. The prompt should not show up unless you are perfectly aligned, and the character will actually behave how you want them to, but whatever, what do I know? Okay, so now we're going to combine all of these. We're also going to be putting the biosensor scope onto the rifle so that we can see the weak points of the Regenerators. This Regenerator in particular has apparently eaten a wrench. So we are going to shoot him in all his weak spots, make him explode, and then we are going to pick up the wrench because we need that to unlock this key reader back here so that we can overwrite this key card and get it to a level 3 key card. So let's unlock this. Really don't understand why somebody would have locked that, but whatever. So now, as we're waiting here, a bunch of enemies are going to spawn. A few of them will be holding some TNT, so be very wary of that. I really felt like that shot should have hit this guy. I was like, you know what? That's kind of bullshit. That is kind of fucking bullshit. A few of these guys will also plaga. Definitely watch out for these guys who are tossing TNT. And of course, sometimes they can toss TNT close to these areas that are containing the regenerators. So if they do that, definitely watch yourself. You can also use their TNT to your advantage if they toss it near one of your enemies or a group of the other Garradors that are trying to attack you. We're just going to blow that up. Only a few more enemies left here. If you want to, you can actually just take the key card and run out of here at this point. But I felt like killing all these guys. Don't have to do it. I felt like doing it, especially since I ran past a lot of the enemies earlier in this mission. I figured, you know what, I should fight a bunch of these guys right here at the very least. Just some normal gameplay for a little bit. So now that we've unlocked this area, we can finally get back to our lady love, Ashley. Well, let's go unlock this door. And reunited at last. Reunited, and it feels so good. So that is chapter 13. I very much enjoy that chapter as well. As I said before, I enjoy all these final chapters. Even the chapter with Mike, I enjoy that one too. Even though it can be kind of annoying, but still pretty fun. Still pretty fun. So now we are going to toss Ashley over the back here so she can unlock the door. Master of unlocking, as she says. And now we are finally going to get the increased sized attaché case. Here we go. So the reason that we wanted to pick up the rocket launcher in the previous mission is because whenever you purchase a rocket launcher in one mission, you cannot purchase it in the subsequent mission. So if we purchase it in the previous mission, I won't be able to get it until the next mission. But since we want to kill Krauser in this mission, and then we want to kill Sadler in the mission after that, this is the way that we need to pick up the rocket launchers. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill Sadler with one, which will be no good. There's a few enemies back here that we want to snipe. Not going to lie, in this particular mission, I was very zen with my sniper shots. I'm very proud of the sniper shots in this particular mission. Doing a very good job here. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but seriously. I was killing it. I was killing it. I was so focused on getting this game done that performance increased substantially. I am not going to lie. And not that substantially, but still.
Spread out.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, as we go back here, it's going to be a bunch of enemies chilling in this corner. A few of them will plaga. There's one of them who will have a shield. We're just using the hand grenade back there to knock down the guy with the shield because he can be very annoying. Unfortunately, we can't shoot the shield off of him. I think you can kind of stagger him though, but you can stagger him if you shoot at his legs, but screw that noise. Gonna go with the easier route. And that should be that wave of enemies. Now we're gonna run back here. I believe there's also a treasure on the ceiling back here somewhere. There it is. And now we need to run into the control room upstairs so that, once again, we can get Ashley to pull a lever. Which means exactly what you think it means. There's going to be a bunch of enemies who spawn who try to take her away. So, get ready for that.
Okay.
Now that this gate's open, we want to run directly back here. Otherwise, Ashley is going to be grabbed, taken away, and then you will have to redo everything over again. And that will be no good. So So shoot this guy, shoot this one, and now we are going to run directly back here because he's going to jump through the window with Ashley. And he makes it very easy to get a stealth kill in on him.
You okay?
Yeah.
And that is all those guys. Very simple. We will be running by the next set of enemies. Well, not this particular guy. We're going to kill this particular guy, then we're going to run by the next few enemies. So let's just snipe him in the head. That guy, as far as I know, 100% of the time he plagas. I've never seen an instance where he did not. So as we run up here, we're going to toss a flash grenade. And now we are going to run by these guys. You can kick this guy if you'd like, but decided against it this time. Sometimes he's right inside the doorway, so whenever he's like that, I just kick him in the head.
Okay.
There's also a treasure back here that we can pick up.
Before this one killed me, though.
And now we need to deal with the spiked regenerators.
Got it.
But I'm going to show you guys a very easy way to deal with these guys here.
We go at the same time.
We're going to hit the lever here.
Are you?
Yeah.
And now we are going to pick up the ammo that is around. They usually give you a decent amount of rifle ammo if you're going through here because they know you're going to be fighting the spiked regenerators. So pick up a few things. This time around I did not get rifle ammo though, but I guess that's because I had more than enough. So when this guy comes out, shoot all of his weak points. Sometimes the hand can get in the way, which is kind of annoying. We're going to shoot these last weak points. And as soon as we shoot this last one, we are going to run directly toward this door. Go for the lever.
Okay.
And now we are going to pull it right here. And now we are going to run through and leave that guy behind. I really detest these particular regenerators in this game. They can be a massive pain in the ass. And there's one more that we are going to have to deal with, but if you do this section properly, it won't be an issue. So, as usual, since Ashley is going to be here holding this bridge open, that means that there are going to be enemies who show up here to try to take her away. Not quite yet, but there will be. And if they do start taking her away, you are going to have to take those guys out because it is going to be a massive pain in the ass. And you will have to restart everything if they get past the point of no return. So, and you won't even be able to get back across without Ashley there. So we're going to make another flash grenade just in case anything weird happens. Just as a backup. You should be ready to snipe when you're coming through here as well. Because a bunch of enemies are going to show up and we need to take them all out with the sniper rifle. If you want the easier way to do this, you can actually use the bolt gun and place a bunch of mines. But since we're not buying the bolt gun, we're doing it the old-fashioned way with the rifle. And we got some more rifle ammo, thankfully. I think that's a static drop of rifle ammo. As soon as we pull this lever, a bunch of enemies are going to spawn back here. So we are just going to shoot them from between the bars. Thankfully, I got a double headshot right there. Another headshot. We're just handing them out. We're just handing them out like candy. But now when we move forward a little bit, another enemy is going to show up.
You okay?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Fine.
So one more enemy is going to show up. So we want to headshot him. And now we want to get the hell out of here. This is, once again, one of those spiked regenerators. So we're going to run around through here. I think it was a spiked one anyway. We're going to run around through here. Go back to where Ashley was. And once that regenerator starts going across the bridge, Ashley will drop him into the abyss, thankfully. Let's run across here. And now we are going to go to the console here. The code is 2102. There we go. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. And now Ashley's going to drop the regenerator. You can run back there if you want to and pick up the rest of those treasures, but I just did not feel like doing it. At this point, my patience is wearing very thin playing this game. I just want this walkthrough over and done with.
Hey, it's all right.
Okay.
Stick close.
Oh, also, right here I was having issues because at the same time that I was playing this game, I was also going back and forth between this game and Resident Evil Requiem. And the controls are a little different in that game. I think the right stick, or I forgot what button is to bend down. And I think the right stick is to bend down in that game. Whereas in this game, it's the O button or the B button, depending on which platform you're playing on. Definitely wasn't the best idea to continuously go back and forth between these games, but it's whatever. So now we have the sequence with the Wrecking Ball, which we can circumvent very easily by using some grenades. So we want these flash grenades from earlier for this section. Because once Ashley starts piloting this vehicle, or driving the vehicle, we want to toss a flash grenade and take out the guy with the bow and arrow. Then we're going to toss another flash back here, toss a few of the grenades at the wall there, blow that guy up. And now we are just going to wait for Ashley to hit the wall. Once she hits the wall, it should be destroyed. And now we can escape this area. Once you run past here, the enemy spawns will stop, which is very good. However, there is a Type 3 Plaga running around back here, so be very wary of that. We will be seeing it very soon. I was hoping to see it earlier, but unfortunately I did not. And there it is. We also need to be very careful here. We don't want to shoot Ashley. So, trying to take these dudes down. Which is pretty annoying. This stupid Type 3 would not die. Like, it keeps jumping back and forth between these stupid bastards. I'm pretty sure it's still not dead at this point. It ran away from me. I was like, what the hell is going on? This damn Type 3, bro. So there it is.
That was awesome.
I'm gonna chill back there because I can't find anyone to spawn onto. Or jump onto. But now that all those enemies are taken care of, we're just gonna break a few boxes, wait for this elevator to come down. And now we are going to go up and just nunchuck all of our weapons until we reach the top. Now we are going to go back here. And Ashley is going to be taken once again in the cutscene. There are a few enemies that we have to deal with back here. Firstly, we want to stealth kill this guy. Then we are going to toss a hand grenade back behind here. These guys are near their little fire, so let's just blow them up. And now we will take them out with some sniper blasts. You don't have to snipe these guys. You can actually wait for them to go up the ladder as well if you'd like. I wanted to snipe them. I was feeling good about sniping in this mission. So there's a few items that we can get back here. I don't think any of these are static drops though, so run back here, loot the area, and then we will get out of here. And no, I did not destroy all the little Salazar statues. I knew there was one in there, I just didn't feel like doing it. Once again, I am just solely focused. I'm a man of focus right now. A man of focus, just focused on completing this game. So what we want to do here is sell all the items as usual. And we want to make sure to get the rocket launcher from inside of our inventory here. And also use the OG scope on the rifle. No more thermal scoping. We're using the normal one because we need to shoot down Krauser. And of course we will be hitting him with the rocket launcher at the very end of this battle. I'm going to show you guys some interesting things here. So, as he's shooting at you, you want to shoot him in the head 3 times, 3 or 2 times depending. Right there with the rifle. Once you do that, he will disappear. And now we need to go to the second floor over here. There are a few items that you can pick up there. You need to turn this valve, open this door, jump down here. There will be a trap on the wall through here. And as we jump down here, Krauser is going to show up behind us. You want to wait a moment before you shoot him though. So he's going to jump down. When you see his arms open, that's when you can shoot him. If you shoot him before that, he's just going to tank the damage. So you want to wait for him to get past all his iframes before you shoot him there. There's also a bear trap right there. We're going to wait a moment because Krauser just showed up and he's going to shoot an explosive arrow at us. Now we are going to shoot this mine. There's also a sentry gun posted on the ceiling over here. And another sentry gun on the right side over here. That one in particular you want to take out because it can see you in the next area and try to shoot at you, which is very annoying. So now we're going to slowly creep over and shoot this mine. Good lord. There we go. So as we move forward, there's going to be another bear trap and a sentry gun posted on the ceiling. Right here. There is also a save in this area on professional difficulty. So if you need a save, you can definitely save there. I would not recommend it if you want to get an S+, but... Alright, now we're going to go back here and break the box. There's also another box over here and a red herb. Wait, was there a save? I thought there was a save around here. Yeah, whatever. Who knows? Doesn't matter anyway. We're not using that shit. We're just going to destroy a few of these bear traps. And we are going to do our best Gears of War impression as we go through here. Run around this side, get behind this wall. Run through here, get to the left wall. And we are going to run to the right wall once again. Before we move forward, we want to shoot the bear trap on the ground right there. And we want to get behind this wall. Then we want to pop up for a split second and shoot Krauser, but make sure to time this right, because he can shoot you with the arrow that he's using, which will not be very good. So we're going to run forward here, and he will toss some nades at us. And here we go for the main part of this boss battle, at least for my playthrough. So we're going to run directly to this pillar over here on the left. From here, you can shoot him without getting hit by his blast. Shoot him twice. Then we are going to kick him, flip over, shoot him once or twice with the shotgun. He's going to use a flash grenade, flip over again, shoot him a few times with the shotgun. And he is done for. So in this next section, it can be incredibly difficult to dodge this attack that he does. So we are going to exploit him a little bit. So if you stick right next to this wall, look directly upward, and run straight ahead, just run directly straight, he will always miss you there. Or just about always miss you. It works like 85% of the time. He will almost always miss you there, so that is the easiest way to deal with him in that little section. You can also bait him toward you, but you will still have to try to counter him, which is very annoying. And over here, we're just going to use the QTE to dodge away from him. Now we are going to get ready to take him out. So we're equipping the rocket launcher right now. We are going to climb up this ladder over here. And the boss battle will begin. As soon as the boss battle starts, you will need to use the QTE to flip away from him. Or you can shoot him while he's in the air, which is very interesting. But we're going to use the QTE, so we're going to shoot to the right of him. Don't shoot directly at him with the rocket launcher in that little section. If you do so, you will be damaged. You will be damaged, so shoot to the right of him so you can avoid damage. And that will be the end of this mission. A very fun mission, in my opinion. Very much enjoy that one too. And we're at the home stretch, baby. At the home stretch. Just 2 missions left. And honestly, I consider this to be the true final mission, because the next mission is essentially just a giant boss battle. And then a little set piece scene. So first thing we want to do as we run back here is get a flash grenade ready. Toss it at these guys, and then we are going to run behind this tarp. And we're going to wait around until Mike shows up to start blasting all these guys. And now, after doing that, we are going to once again prioritize the archers, because the archers are the worst. Now we are going to make our way back here. Climb up this so that we can jump onto the turret behind here. And we're jumping on the turret specifically so we can regain control over Leon quicker. And now we are going to wait a few moments for the enemies to spawn back here. We're going to toss a nade at them. And now we are going to get onto this turret, shoot all the enemies that come from this cave back here. A few of these guys might plaga. It's all good though. This turret just lays into them. Drains their health like nothing. And after taking them out, we're just going to stand in this corner and wait around until Mike destroys the barricade behind us. Any stragglers that show up, just shoot them, obviously. Especially if they have a crossbow. Sometimes there is a crossbow guy that will show up here. And by this point, your riot gun should be incredibly powerful. So once he blows up the barricade, we're just going to run through here. And we are going to make our way around this corner. We are going to chill in this corner for a little bit, waiting for Mike to start destroying all of these enemies back here. You can actually run straight into that area without being damaged, but it's not something that I wanted to risk at this point. Sometimes Mike will destroy them earlier, sometimes it'll be later. I'm not really sure what it is that prompts him to destroy it, but waiting there, he will eventually destroy it. So some of these guys will have plagas. Once again, we are going to prioritize the archers. These two guys back here have TNT. You can use the explosive barrel to blow them up when you see them jump down. And that is all these guys. Make sure to pick up all the items as we're going through here. There was also a first aid spray behind us, but I did not pick it up. Definitely pick that up so you can sell it to the merchant later. And that was a treasure that we can get. There's also a box and an herb back here. A few boxes and herb. And now we need to get some heavy hand grenades ready because we need to blow up this anti-aircraft gun. This is the easier way to do it. So we're just going to aim directly at the aircraft gun. Toss 2 grenades, and there we go. And now we are going to aim up here to take out the guy with the rocket launcher. And there are a bunch of guys who have bows, so as they're jumping down, we're just going to go around this corner. You can actually shoot them in the head as they're jumping down, but I usually leave a few of those enemies alive because I feel as though it makes Mike more active during this section. I'm not entirely sure if that is accurate. I don't know if I didn't scientifically test this or anything, but it seems as though when you leave a few stragglers, especially on that tower, Mike becomes far more aggressive during this section. Perhaps it's all in my head though. It very well may be all in my head. If it works for me, it works for me. We're just going to wait for these guys to round this corner. As soon as they do, we're just going to hit them with the riot gun. As usual, always prioritize the archers. They are the biggest threat throughout this entire area, honestly. Them and any enemies who attempt to go into turrets in the next section, but we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Right now, I'm just making sure that there are no enemies here. I was looking up that tower too because sometimes there will be archers just perched up there. But thankfully, I think Mike has taken all of them out. Just seeing if there is anyone else around, and there we go, there's another guy right here. So we will be shooting him in the head because he has body armor on. I'm not sure if that guy had body armor though, but that first one definitely did. So now we're just going to look around, see if there's any more enemies. Also, watch out for type 3 plagas. If you haven't taken all of them out, they might be running around here, and you don't want to have them get the drop in on you, because if they do, it is going to be a bad day for you. So I think that might be the last enemy of this wave. We're going to move forward and get another wave to spawn. And Mike is also going to destroy the doorway back there. Once he does that, I think 4 enemies run from behind that wall that he just unlocked, quote-unquote unlocked. One of them does have a bow, so watch out for him. We're going to run around this corner, just lure all these guys around here, and as they come through, we're going to use the same strat, just shoot them with the riot gun. The riot gun is our best friend through here, and unfortunately we're going to be selling you soon, my friend. We're going to be selling you soon, little buddy. Not something I'm looking forward to doing, but in order to use the strategy for the future area, we need to sell the riot gun. Alright, here's the archer. And that should be all of those particular enemies. And here comes the best part of this song. Fucking love this song. Fucking love this song. It's so good. So now, as we're running through here, we're just going to loot a bunch of items, as usual. One of our favorite pastimes in this game. There are 2 enemies who are on turrets in the next area, so we need to be very wary of those guys. Alright, let's pick up all the items that are back here. You can also unlock this door. The other side of this door leads to where we blew up the anti-aircraft gun. Leads to that bridge. So there is a little hole up on the top of this doorway here that we can peek through in order to shoot the guy here who is perched onto the Gatling gun. And there's another Gatling gun guy over here. We can shoot him from back here. Down he goes. Usually one or both of these guys will plaga. Pretty sure the one on the left did plaga. Or maybe he didn't. Yeah, there he is. So be very ready for that. Be ready to take these guys out. More often than not, both of them will plaga. At least in my experience, they do. So now we are going to move a little bit forward and get some more of these enemies to spawn. So there will be enemies who spawn back here who will have Molotovs. You especially want to watch out for them because while you're back here, they have some amazing aim, dude. They have incredible aim. So you definitely want to lure them out. Because even if they don't see you, they know where you are. And they will just lob the grenades over the wall here. Or the grenades, the Molotovs over the wall here, and they will perfectly land on you. So once again, some of these guys will have type 3 plagas. Be very ready for those. If they're close to you, whip out the shotgun. If they're a little further, then you can use the pistol if you like. I would not suggest wasting a sniper bullet on it though. At least for right now. You will definitely need some flash grenades for the upcoming section with the Novies. So as you're going through here, make sure to save at least one flash grenade. Save at least one of them. So now I'm just making sure that I have killed everyone. I knew there was another archer back here. So we're going to shoot him in the head. And I believe he is going to plaga as well. There are a lot of plaga enemies back here. It really does seem like the type 2 plagas aren't used very much in this game. Especially compared to the type 1 and 3s. The main area that you see the type 2s is the water room. But besides there, like the early castle and the water room, you mostly see them. But after that, you don't really see them very much. Not that I'm complaining, because those kind of suck. Don't like the way those are designed in this game. So there is some shotgun ammo back here that we want to pick up. Do that really quick. And I'm just making sure there are no enemies around. And now we are going to jump across here. So there is a little bit of a glitch that you can do here. If you maintain distance, a close distance between you and the railing through here, the Enforcer Ganado will not show up. So I'm going to show you guys that right here. Like if you just stick right next to this, the Enforcer won't show up, but I'm going to make him spawn anyway. But right here, I'm just sticking next to this, and for some reason, every so like I don't know what the percentage it is of it occurring, but it seems to be like 40 or 50% of the time he won't show up if you do that. Maybe closer to 30, honestly. But he won't show up if you do that, but I am going to spawn him anyway because I want to kill him. So I'm going to move back here. I'm going to snipe these guys as well. Pretty sure this guy has a plaga inside of him, that's why he's just eating shots. And we need to take down the archer. And now the Enforcer Ganado is going to spawn. You can hear him right now. What we need to do is shoot him in the head twice with the rifle, I believe. Once again, our rifle is insanely powerful as usual. We're just going to toss a flash grenade. Shoot him in the head a few times. Oh, he takes 3 shots. And there we go. So now we're just waiting for these plagas to show up. I thought I could get him from back here. I'm not sure if I actually hit him with that shot. We're just waiting for this dude to show up. And then we can take him out. And we can move on with our lives. I didn't want to get too impatient here. Because it's only a little ways before I can save again. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just use it. I was doing pretty good with the rifle this entire time. So I missed that shot, and I was like, you know what, that's a sign. I should just whip out the shotgun and just be done with this dude. So now when we go across here, we need to pull we need to pull the lever on the other side. A bunch of enemies will spawn back here. There is an archer, and there are some guys who have Molotovs. So firstly, we want to deal with this dude. That guy's holding Molotov, so we're going to wait for that fire to dissipate a little bit. And we are going to creep around the corner, toss a grenade. And now we are going to take these guys out with the pistol from the corner. It's a very good spot to use. Once again, doing our best Gears of War impression here. And now, one more enemy to deal with. This guy's just holding an axe, thankfully. I don't, as far as I remember, I don't think any of these guys in particular Plaga, which is very nice. A few times I've done, well, a bunch of times I've done this. I don't think I've ever seen one of those particular group of enemies, Plaga. But even if I've never seen it, just be ready for it, just in case. As I've told you guys multiple times, this game is not very consistent with a lot of things that happen. Even the most well laid out plans, even if you've had things happen 10 out of 10 times, when you're doing a no damage and recording it, something crazy will happen and you're just like, what in the hell is even going on? I don't know. Just have to think on your feet and move forward. So, as I told you guys before, when we're going into this next area, we need to deal with the Novies. A bunch of Novies will spawn, so the first thing that we want to do when we go through here is have a flash grenade equipped so that we can toss it as soon as we see the Novies coming at us. And of course, Mike will show up here as well. And unfortunately, he's going to get killed off by Sadler. Alright, so skip this cutscene, toss a flash grenade as soon as the cutscene ends. Then a Novi is going to show up from the right side, shoot his ass, and just get out of here. That will be the end of this little area. There are a bunch of medallions that you can pick up from there, but screw that noise. Now, we need to watch out when going through here. Some of these bags contain regenerators inside of them, and you definitely don't want to hit those bags. Also, destroy these particular boxes as you're going through here. There is a snake in one of them. We're going to turn the valve that's back here. We're going to run around following that path and go through here. And now, unfortunately, we are going to be selling our riot gun. Fare thee well, riot gun. You've helped us so much throughout this campaign. I'm going to miss you dearly, my friend. Miss you dearly. And you know why we sold the riot gun? Because we need to repurchase it. So, we're going to repurchase it. We're also buying the Killer 7, which is going to be very helpful as we go through here. Because we want to use the Killer 7 to take out Sadler, honestly. So, as we go back here, there are 3 enemies that we want to snipe. I want to snipe this guy in particular. There's another one over here on this building. And there's one all the way to the right side. So the reason that we needed to sell the riot gun is because I wanted to reset its stats. And without its stats reset, we can't use the strategy that I'm going to show you guys in a little bit. There's a Novi on the left side. There's also 2 Novis through here. So we're going to shoot the one over here. There's one on the wall up here. And then there's one right to the left of us. There's also one in the building ahead. So we need the riot gun at the lower stats so that we can do a little trick with the sentry guns. Alright, there's a Novi in here. There will also be a Novi as soon as we go upstairs. But you need to watch out because there's also a guy with the rocket launcher. So if you can shoot the Novi out of the air, if you miss him, just try to dodge the rocket. Novi will come at you, take him out. Then as soon as you take him out, turn around, shoot the guy with the rocket launcher. And now we will be waiting for the enemy, or we will be waiting for an Enforcer Ganado to show up. And we will use the Killer 7 to take his ass out. I very much enjoy the Killer 7. Great gun right here. We're going to shoot him in the head. We're going to kick him. He's going to hit the wall, then we can stab him in the neck. He'll need to be hit a few more times, I think. Shoot him in the head again. And that should be the end of this Enforcer Ganado. So now, as I said, the stats for the shotgun have been reset. Shotgun's at its weakest level. So we want to use a flash grenade as we're running through here. We're going to toss one into this building. And then as we're going through here, We're going to toss one up into the left side to get the Novi stunned. And now we're going to wait here for a few moments for this enemy to jump down. Then we are going to shoot him in his feet and slowly push him toward the sentry gun. Once he falls into the sentry gun, we can run by it because the sentry gun's weapon fire is focused on him. So we can just run through there and completely bypass that area, which is very nice. Very nice. I really wanted to show you guys that little trick there. That section is actually not that bad if you do it normally, but I was kind of running out of time at this point, so I was like, I'm not really sure if I'm going to have enough time to actually kill all these guys, so I should show you guys this trick. That's what I ended up doing. I'm pretty satisfied with the way that worked out. You guys have a new strategy when you're going through there, even though you'll have to sell your riot gun, unfortunately. I was hoping that I could buy another riot gun, but the game doesn't let you do that. If you're holding one, you can buy it again. But that is chapter 15, a very fun chapter in my opinion. And now for chapter 16. One of the easiest chapters in the game if you are using the rocket launcher. Honestly, the hardest part of this chapter is the jet ski section if you're using the rocket launcher. If you're not using the rocket launcher, the Sadler boss battle is a motherfucker. Due to all the Novis. Sadler himself is easy, but Novis are a bunch of bastards. I fucking hate those things. So now, there's a few Novis in this area. I'm gonna kill that one, and there are two more, and these are the final Novis that we will have to deal with in the entire campaign. Thank God. Because I hate these goddamn creatures. Hate them so much. Alright, there's a Novi on the left side here. Shoot him down. And there's one right here to the right. And there we go. So now at this point, we are going to go to the merchant, sell whatever we can, sell all our treasures, and we are going to purchase a rocket launcher. And of course, if you guys have any leftover money after you do all that, you can upgrade whatever you want. It's all up to your discretion at this point. Because all we're going to do is shoot him with the rocket, so... I think I do unequip my scope from my rifle, though. For this scene, I like to shoot him without the scope. So now let's run forward here. And here we go. We're just going to shoot Sadler while he's up there. He won't actually take the damage until he jumps down. But yes, he is dead. And there we go. And now we have to deal with the final portion of this boss battle. So we're just going to shoot him up with all our power weapons. So whip out your Killer 7 and shoot the Carapace in front of you. As you're moving here, you want to run from the right to the left to the right to the left, depending on where the tentacles come from. So if you see the tentacle on the right, move to the left. If you see it on the left, move to the right. Not too difficult to deal with. And of course, there are QTEs for some of the attacks that they try to use against you. Once again, we'll run to the left. Shoot him up with our rifle. This one's on the left side, so we move to the right. A few more attacks should take him down. And here we are with Ada's fine ass. And now we are going to whip out the rocket launcher. And hasta luego. And that is the end of Sadler. So here we go, the true home stretch of the game. God help me. It's almost over. We're so close, we're so close. There is one more enemy that we have to deal with through here. But he can't actually damage you. If he grabs you, he doesn't damage you. But I'm not going to get touched. I refuse to get touched, goddammit. Unless it's Ashley, then I'm fine with getting touched by Ashley. But the rest of you bastards, you're not touching me. I told you this is no damage. So just a little further. So the guy who pops out of this room up ahead, he can grab you. So we're just going to whip out the shotgun and take him out, and that is the final enemy. The final enemy that we deal with in Resident Evil 4 Remake. Once again, if he grabs you there, it does not actually damage you because all these guys are convulsing after Sadler was killed. Their connection to the hive mind has been cut off, so now they're just wallowing and fading away. We're gonna run to the jet ski, and as I said before, this is the hardest section of this chapter if you use a rocket launcher against Sadler. So now we are going to propel ourselves forward on the jet ski, making sure to dodge all the debris that's in the water here. As I said before, this is definitely the hardest part of this mission. You can hit the boxes, but you cannot hit the larger objects. If you hit the larger objects, you will be damaged. So those metal grates there and the giant boxes, do not touch them or else you will be damaged. But the small ones, they will bump you into areas, but they won't actually damage you, thankfully. But man, I cannot believe we are almost done. Man, this has been a long time coming. Cannot tell you guys how good it feels to finally be getting this video out there for you. And also, if you've made it this far, please be sure to like the video. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Be sure to comment, do all the good stuff as we are completing this game. As I said before, I very much enjoy this game. I don't think it's a very good remake, but I think it's a very, very fun game for what it is. Despite all of its issues, and it has a lot of issues, I do have a good time with this game, generally. When you're doing challenge runs, this game can piss you off quite a bit. Alright, so we're gonna launch ourselves through here and make our way out of this section. And it is finally done, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Fucking awesome, man. Despite all the issues, despite all of the problems that I ran into, I cannot tell you guys how satisfying it is to complete one of these walkthroughs. Even though this was my third time, it is still very satisfying to do so, and I hope you guys very much enjoyed this video. So now I'm just going to show you guys all the stats from all the prior missions to just demonstrate that I did this without taking damage. Obviously, you guys saw the entire thing, but just in case you don't believe me, we can just go through every one of the missions and show that there is 0 damage taken for every single one of them. Also, something else that I want to mention is that I do have a Patreon now, and if you guys would like to support me on there, you can check the link in the description, and you can also see the link on the bottom left of the video right now. It is essentially a glorified tipping jar. If you guys enjoy the content, you can just tip through there and may or may not get a few special things, few behind the scenes videos and the like. So I hope you guys very much enjoyed this video, because despite the fact that it was hell to put together, it is also very satisfying for me to finally get this up. So I do hope that you guys enjoyed this, because I specifically did this to produce for all of you. So special thanks to all my current Patreon backers, Dominic Kimbley as well as Rainy Days. I appreciate you guys very much. With all that being said, be sure to have yourselves a fine day. Be sure to stay safe. God bless all of you, and I will catch you guys very, very soon. Adios, my friends.